I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow ye will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. Oh, the wind was foul and the sea ran high. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. She shipped it green and none went by, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. I hate to sail on this rotten tub. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. No grog allowed and rotten grub, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. We swear by our oath for want of more. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. But now we're through, so we'll go on shore, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
Take me on home to the asylum. Never alone in the asylum. Anarchy ruled, it was wild, but through it all you never smiled. Joke's on you, I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now. Remember in Arkham City, I killed your girl, so pretty. That was the night you let me die. But when I looked you in the eye, that's when I knew we'd be together. Look who's laughing now. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I fill you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I am the clown, prince of crime. And we've had a hell of a time. You're part of me, I'm part of you. And now there's nothing left to do. I just can't wait till I'm in control. Who'll be laughing then? I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. Oh yeah. Think I can taste your fear. Now my time is near. I'm in your blood, I'm so alive. I only wish you'd let me drive. It won't be long till I make you kill. Who'll be laughing then? Barbara's dead and I'm laughing. Ah! Jason Todd's dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm even dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. I'm cock-a-doodle-doo. All because of you. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. Ah, I fill you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. head and I'm laughing. I filled you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome. Yes, first things first. Rest in peace, Chuck Norris. Yes, he didn't die. He just chose to leave. Indeed, it is true. How's everybody doing? Everybody feeling good? Everybody alive? I'm not going to... I was going to make a joke. As I choke on my own throat. Watch out. I'll be next. How's everybody doing? Everybody feeling good? Everybody feeling alive? First things first. You may hear occasional clanking. I have a couple of people working on trying to fix part of my fence, and it's just outside this window. So they are working their butts off. They do great work. But there's not really a quiet way to dig out concrete, like anchors for fence posts. Shocker, I know. So you might hear occasional clanking. Don't worry, they are humans. Yeah, they are not. They're not filthy clankers, I'll tell you what. They are people. Thank the good Lord. But yeah, maybe, I mean, who knows? Maybe Elon's going to get his way in a matter of years and all fence repairs will be done by robots soon. Never say never. Never say never. Probably be cheaper, honestly. But yeah, we've had crazy, crazy windstorms in northern Colorado for the last year. It's been like bad. One of the best... maybe I can show you. We didn't have it this bad, but yeah, look at this. Look at this. These are shots from Cheyenne. So just up the Front Range. Okay. These are shots from Cheyenne, Wyoming. Okay. Not that far from where I'm at.
Cheyenne today. This is what you'll see. And this. And this. Trees down, fences blown over, and properties damaged after yesterday's powerful winds, while a high wind advisory remains in effect until Sunday afternoon. Meanwhile, one local says the storm damaged his own home, but he's not letting that slow him down.
Just taking it moment by moment. I'm offering my help too to some people in the community if they need help for me to show up to their homes and do some cleanup for them.
Hell yeah.
Across town, crews with tree fell.
Look at that, dude. It ripped it. Not just, I mean, knocking over a tree for one is crazy, but knocking it up, and it ripped up the concrete while tipping over. That's crazy, man.
Working to remove a fallen tree after strong winds knocked it onto a home.
The wind got really bad, and it blew the tree over. The guy's roof was damaged. Not too bad. These brick houses are pretty stable. The tree probably takes us about 3 days to a week, depending on how many people we have to get on it.
And one local is stepping up to organize.
You gotta love local news. The audio quality is all over the place.
As help for neighbors still dealing with storm damage.
That's awesome.
Trying to gather a list.
I will say, I've been blown away. I have some friends that live up in Cheyenne and they've been dealing with this, and they were telling me that like the community comes together in such a cool way. Like they all just come together to figure it out. It's really, really cool. But yeah, it's just knocking over trucks. They had a stretch of like 150 miles of highway shut down. Shut down. You just couldn't drive. If you needed to go, we were scared because when the storm was really, really bad, I can't get over it. Look how massive that tree is, and it just ripped it up like nothing. We were worried we weren't going to be able to get back down south because we had something we had to do, and like it was pretty important, and we couldn't get down south with the highway shut down. We were able to go down back roads and stuff, and it was fine. But yeah, when you reach that highway section where it gets to the plains, it was doing stuff like this. Actually crazy. So that same windstorm knocked a bunch of my fence over. It knocked down the other side of my house's fence. It knocked that over a year and a half ago. And so the same guys that fixed and rebuilt that part of the fence, they came over, and I'm having them do this side of the fence because they do good work. But yeah, it's the joys of being in northern Colorado. Tell you what. There you go. There you go. Let me see. Oh yeah, the trampoline on some dude's roof. Yeah, dude, like literally. Literally, like it's madness. Last year, my neighbor's trampoline, he had a trampoline in his back in like one of the back corners, and the windstorm picked up so bad it lifted the trampoline, slammed it into part of his fence, broke the fence down, and he came out and found his trampoline had slammed into his pickup truck in his front yard, like by the curb, like pretty far away from the house. It had gotten all the way there. Weirdly enough, like thankfully his truck was there to stop the trampoline from blowing down the street, but it was crazy, man. Having a trampoline in like a windy area is a bad idea. I'm just going to be real, because it's basically just a gigantic parasail, but loaded with steel. Like it's just a bad idea. It's just a bad idea. Some people will like dig the pit and then put the trampoline in so it's flush with the ground. That I think makes sense, but anything else, man, I'd be worried. I'd be real worried, you know. Thawing Fungus, thank you for that, for being here. OMG, yeah, just went to visit family in Fort Collins last week, saw so many destroyed fences. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. It's that. It's also super dry. I think it's been the warmest March in Fort Collins. It's like Fort Collins, Loveland, I think Windsor too. Basically the whole Front Range since 1896. It's crazy. It's crazy. It was like 86 degrees Fahrenheit here like 3 days ago, 2-3 days ago. In March. We get snow in May usually. Like, what is happening? It's actually crazy. But anyway, let me read these real quick. Thank you guys for being here, and shout out to Twitch for actually working today. Thank goodness. It's been weird, man. It's been really weird. Yeah, Rusty says just reload the last save. Yeah, if only. If only that were doable. That's funny. Olivine Trees, thank you for the 5. Hey, Luke, just wanted to say I was a hater, and Crimson Desert is honestly 9 out of 10. I was wrong. Well, I'm glad that you are enjoying it, for one. I've been amazed with, for one, how quick or how many people are willing to still give the game a shot and to try it. But also how quick the team has been to respond to feedback and stuff. Like, to be clear, I guess we can lead into this, but to be clear, like most studios work on like month-long timelines, months even, where it's like, okay, we're going to work on this. We will get it done Q2, Q3. Like that's typically how studios work. These guys are working on a weekly basis, which I don't understand how they can do that, but they are. They just launched their big game. They sold 2 million copies. They could have taken the weekend off, and I don't think anybody would have been shocked. But instead, they worked through the weekend. Apparently, they had people in the studio like overnight working on stuff, and just working their butts off to do stuff. Now, to be clear and to be fair, a lot of the fixes that they've introduced were in the works even during the review period. So people are acting like they did this in like 4 days. A lot of the stuff they've been working on for like a week or two, and it's just now being revealed. But it timed out well. And it shows that they have the hustle to like actually get it done. To demonstrate a couple of these things they've tweaked, just to get it out of the way up front, I'm going to load into an early game save that I have to show you, because my late game saves are in an area that probably constitutes spoilers. So I'm going to use a backup save I had from pretty early. I don't know how early, like maybe 15, 20 hours or something like that, but I'm going to show you that. But to show you this, let me show. So Crimson Desert patch 1.03 is out now. Cammy put the patch highlights together. They added a storage chest to the camp. This is something, if you listen to my review, I mentioned that they were working on. They told us during the review process, because we were all like, is there seriously no way to store items? Like during the review period, there were chests for like lost items to be collected and put in there, but you couldn't put stuff in there yourself. It was just really, really weird. There was no way to actually store items you wanted to store. They've added that. That's there. Added more fast travel points. We'll get to this in a second, because people don't know how lucky they have it. It's crazy. This is a big one. Reduced health and damage of certain bosses. They nerfed a few of them, is my understanding, because there were people getting really stuck on them. The Reed Devil boss specifically was one that, of course, they showed in previews and trailers and stuff, but during the review process, he was particularly difficult. And he's like chapter, somebody might know better than me, it's been a minute. It's like chapter 3, I want to say. I think in the story, it's maybe the end of chapter. No, it would have to be like end of chapter 3 to chapter 4, because end of chapter 2 is the goblin dude with the crown. I know he's not an actual goblin, but still. Either way, they nerfed a few of them, tried to adjust difficulty because some people were saying they were too difficult. They increased healing from food so that you don't have to create as many stakes to achieve the same end. Trees can now be cut down with standard attacks and take less damage to cut down. The Vision, I don't know how to say it. It automatically equips itself now. Basically, before, when you would scan a memory with left bumper, it would pop up with like a press the start button to put the helmet on and relive the memory and see the fragmented memory or whatever. Some people missed that button prompt though, and then they would go into their inventory and manually equip the helmet because they just didn't see that it was like prompting them with a button just like that to equip it. But now they've just done it so it automatically, Cliff puts the helmet on, so there's no excuse. It's just it takes out the action from the player, just does it for you. The horse will now approach the player after being called instead of just getting close. Increase responsiveness of the jump, increase responsiveness of the UI and menus. I think that what this is they like decrease the cooldown timer. So some games when you go through the menus, if you're like spamming right bumper to tab through them really quick, it'll have a little cooldown for the presses, so you can't accidentally press it like 4 times in a row and skip all the way over. It's like 1 press every quarter second is allowed or something. But now they seem to have reduced that to increase responsiveness, reduced difficulty of the arm wrestling and archery mini game, improved keyboard and mouse controls, and they do say controller improvements are planned in a future update. With their pace of work, I wouldn't be surprised if that's like this afternoon because of how freaking fast they are. They're just outrageous. Let me load into this. Save real quick and I will show you what they've done, because I've not actually tried since the control update went out this morning, so I'm going to show you that. As for these other things, it's the end of chapter 3. Okay, because I remembered at the end of chapter 2 is the guy that works with the merchants with the cool crown and everything, and so the Reed Devil would have to be like end of chapter 3, because chapter like 4 and 5, you start heading to the north more, and no spoilers, but yeah, that makes sense. That checks out. Kyle said, yes, after somebody said, rest in peace to Chuck Norris, Kyle said Bruce Lee just wanted that rematch. That's pretty clever. That's a clever joke. I'm going to be real. That's a clever joke. I remember I went through a phase in high school where I was really, really into Bruce Lee, like really, really into Bruce Lee. And I watched a documentary called like Bruce Lee Changed the World. And I thought it was going to be like amazing and like focus on Bruce Lee. No, it was just like a documentary of a bunch of like hip hop stars and rappers and like occasional movie stars you haven't heard of that were talking about how Bruce Lee inspired them. It was really, really weird. I don't know why that's like a throwback to me, but that one documentary on Bruce Lee that had like very little to do with Bruce Lee, that's a throwback. Yeah, anyway. Anyway, I don't know why. I just had that flashback of like, oh yeah, that was terrible. Oh, that was terrible. Anyway, we're almost loaded in, then I'll show you what I am or what they've done. And I want you to appreciate just one particular thing, which is significant. I think my Xbox wireless adapter is dying though, because I have 2 of these Xbox controllers that I have tried to get working that just don't with, there we go, with some of the stuff that like in the last 6 months, they just disconnect randomly. It's a problem. So this is an earlier game save, so don't worry. I'm not going to show any spoilers or anything. I'm not going to do anything like that, so don't stress. But I want to point this out. So we just, like, this is a fast travel point right here, okay? The whole review process, there was no fast travel point there. There just wasn't. If you wanted to get to the city, you had to like go to the sky island above it and then jump down and get to it that way. Same thing over here. So if I just go up to this one, same thing if I wanted to get to the Greymane's camp. You basically had to go and fast travel to the Sky Island and then jump down to wherever you wanted to go, which is, shocker, very inefficient. It's not that practical, because like, why couldn't you just fast travel to the camp when that's just faster? So you end up going up here, and you can see that like down over that way is where the Greymane's camp is. Right beneath us is the city, but they've since patched it and added in fast travel points to each of those. So now if you want to get down to the Greymane's camp, you can go over. You can see it just on the corner of my camera. That's where the Greymane's camp is. You can tell I know where it is because this is how you used to have to get down there faster. The other fast travel point over there is also probably a bit faster too. But now if I want to get there, I can just zip, go down, and you can see that they've added in a fast travel point where I can just zip down there. Little quality of life improvements like that are just like, oh, that's way better. Like, that's way better. And I've seen some people be like, how did it take them this long? How did nobody say it during like previews and stuff? They did. I think that this is just like they weren't able to get it out right at launch. So this is when we get it. Oh, this is funny. This save is in the middle of a like siege because it says destroy the Black Bear's battle weapons. That's funny. Yeah, that's a cool quest line. That was one of the preview quest lines actually at Summer Games Fest last year. But you can see now you can fast travel right to the location where the Greymane's camp is. You can check out all of this stuff. Hey Carl. I got my doggy. We have the private storage sits on one side of the camp. Loot obtained from dangerous quests and missions alongside supplies produced at camp are collected and stored here. There is still the thing of jumping when you want to interact. That is still here, but you can see now that there's all sorts of stuff in the private storage. I can take inventory expansion stuff if I want, and any other stuff that's collected can get thrown there. And then you can move stuff back over if you want to. This is like easy, no-brainer stuff that somehow was not in the game to begin with, but they've since added it based on feedback. This is why in my review I said, like, if you're one of those players that's hearing a lot of these headaches with the game and you're like, yeah, I don't want to deal with that right now, totally fair. But like I said in my review, I was like, wait a week? I wouldn't be surprised if they fixed most of this stuff. And they literally did. Like, I was kind of joking. They'll probably have fixed most of this stuff within a week. I didn't think they would actually fix most of it within a week. But like the movement stuff, they've made way more responsive. So not only is things like the jumping button actually responding to my inputs much more zippy, but other just little quality of life stuff that was frustrating players, they've adjusted and tweaked. And it's just really, really nice to see devs with some hustle, because like bear in mind, I use this example in my like review, which ticked off a few people. I'll tell you what, they're like, why did you have to bring Bethesda up again? I was like, well, I thought it was fair. Bear in mind, Bethesda issued that next gen update for Fallout 4 and literally broke VATS. It would be like an Elden Ring game when like two-handed weapons just are broken and you can't use them anymore. Like, it's a big deal. It's like a core gameplay mechanic, VATS, in a Fallout game. And they broke it and it just didn't work anymore. It took them 19 months. 19 months to fix it. 19! And how did they fix it? They literally just Control-Z'd it. They just undid what they did and fixed it. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. And to see this hustle is just very, very nice to see. So the game is getting better and better. They're tweaking a lot of those little frustrations people have had. The core elements still remain true, though. It is still a game that some people are going to love and some people are going to hate. There's almost no hand-holding. It's very, very open, and that stuff is going to remain true whether, you know, the controls are tight or not. If you're somebody that just fundamentally doesn't like this type of game or this structure of game, no amount of little tweaks are going to magically change it for you. It's just, it's the game, you know. But I think what we're seeing in the last few days is a lot of like the people that were dealing with a lot of those frustrations, they're either getting used to them and getting over it, or they've patched it out and made it so it's not as big of a headache, as people are starting to get more comfortable with the flow of the game. And that's why you're seeing, like, on Sunday, they reached a new all-time player concurrent peak on Steam. And apparently they're just continuing to sell through crazy numbers of copies as more and more people decide to give it a shot. Funnily enough, you want to hear the most, like, I thought this was hilarious. My wife, she's it's like has seen me playing it. Like, I play it on my Legion Go 2. I like laying in bed, I'll put in 45 minutes, an hour, whatever. Because no, I still have not rolled credits. The game is stupid huge. I still have not rolled credits, and I don't honestly know how at this point in my review I was like maybe 120 hours. At this rate, with my pace, I've like gotten less and less committed to the main story, and I'm doing much more side exploration stuff, doing puzzles and world event stuff. I don't know if it might even be like 200 hours at this point before I actually roll credits, because I'm just taking my time and loving it. But my wife, who has seen me playing it, she saw one of those like viral, I wonder if I can find it. She saw one of those like viral Crimson Desert cat armor. Maybe I can find it this way. Well, like clips like this. People, oh, here it is. Crimson Desert is me. You're still playing that slop? Shut up, man. Look at his little barrel. You can put armor on your little companions, like your cat. If you recruit a cat as your companion, you can like get him armor sets. She saw this and she had it on her phone. She like turned to me on the couch. She's like, "Did you see this?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "So is the game pretty fun? Is it like, do you think I'd like it?" Like this type of thing is actually getting people to be like, okay, I'm intrigued now. Color me intrigued. I mean, come on, dude. You can get like the literal Puss in Boots hat outfit for it. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. So, you know, this type of thing is starting to get people interested. And I think it's unfortunate that the game has such a long like learning curve, for lack of a better term. Like the game does take a while for it to click with you. It just does. It's why I said, you know, it's a game that you're either going to love or hate, because a lot of people are going to try it and it's just not going to connect with them. But some people see some of these tidbits and improvements or even new pieces of information, and they are genuinely like shocked and they find it really, really exciting. For example, I played the game a lot. I talked to people who played the game a lot. I didn't know this, okay? But I'm going to show you something I learned over the weekend from social media. If you go into your inventory and you like literally, do I have like meat on me? I have sweet potato. I can do that. I ate it. God damn it. I don't have any more on this save. I have honey tea with me. Okay, what I was going to show you before I accidentally ate the potato, maybe I can kill something down here, is that apparently you can just go drop food on the ground, and then you can use the little like reflect light mechanic like this to cook it. So if I go, oh, come here. Oh, it's cute. Oh, no. It doesn't want me to kill that one. It's okay. Oh, perfect. Just get a few of these. Okay. Let me show you something. Okay. So I skin it. I didn't know this was the case, but you can apparently do this. Okay, let me get to some flatter ground. It'll be easier if I do it there. That's what she said. I'm gonna drop it here. My dog might try to eat it. It happens. Happens to the best of us. Okay, so I have some chicken. I'm going to just simply drop one piece of chicken. You see the fine meat. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to reflect the light. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. Move. He's gonna eat it. God damn it. And it turned into grilled meat. You can literally cook your food You can cook your food by reflecting the sun's light onto it. I'm surprised I didn't think to try that, but that's cool. So there's things like this. Yeah, I mean, should I dismiss my good boy? Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. I saw somebody asking earlier, how's Romeo doing? He is doing well. He, for those of you not familiar, my dog, he had to get fixed last week, and he was not a fan, frankly. Not a fan of that whole process, but he's doing very, very well. He's fully back to his old self, and he's a cutie. He's just a little bit less of a man now, just less of a man, but he's doing great. But anyway, so this is like, if you're one of those players that loves these little bitty tidbits, you're going to eat this up and find it like engaging and exciting. Other players are just like, I'm not feeling it, which is okay. It is okay. My whole approach and my desire with this whole process has been to try and tell people what the game is and what it isn't. And I've been very clear for months that this is a game that some people will love and some people will hate. Like there is very little, it seems, middle ground. It seems like this is a game that either clicks with you and you love it, or it just doesn't and you don't get it. You give it a 6 out of 10 IGN. And you go back to playing High Guard. I did see that same reviewer was the same reviewer who played High Guard and rated it good, which is like a little funny. I thought people were memeing in the chat. They're like, oh yeah, this same reviewer that like said High Guard was good. And I thought you were joking. It was literally the same guy. But like, this is one of those games you either love it or you hate it, and that's fine. There's other games for you to play, but dude, the people that like it really, really like it. Also, shout out to one of the most taken for granted features in a game. I didn't realize how much I needed it until I didn't have it. Through the whole review process, there was no exit button. There was no quit the game. You had to exit to the title screen and then exit from there. Really annoying. They had this space blank though, and my understanding was they were working on adding the button, but there's apparently some coding stuff they had to do to like rearrange how the game shuts down. But they've added it now, so now there's just an actual quit button. There you go. Very nice to have. One of those things, you're like, I didn't realize how much I liked having a quit button until I didn't have the quit button anymore. So yeah, shout out to Pearl Abyss. They're still working on it. They're making lots of progress. I'm excited to see what else they're working on. Because there's no doubt going to be a lot, but as of right now, I'm still having a great time. I'm working my way through it. Some other people are too, and they're still figuring out all sorts of crazy stuff. Dude, this is so cursed. What the? Okay, I was about to show you this tweet from Blaine that just simply points out, saw a big ship flying in Crimson Desert. Okay, so he's showing this and how he got up there with the dragon or whatever. It's a cool thing to see. What was beneath it? The first look at Dwayne Johnson as Maui. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe it's just that, like, because I'm used to seeing him with no hair for so many years, that like this now is like, I don't know, man. Is it just because I'm used to him bald, so seeing him with flowing locks is weird and unsettling? Or like, I'm trying to put myself in the space where if I had never seen Dwayne Johnson before, would this look normal? I don't know if I can separate it out like that. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It looks a bit weird. Yeah, but is it weird because we're just not used to Dwayne with hair? Or I don't know. I'm one of those guys that like some live action remakes I'm down with them, you know? I'm cool with that. Sorry. That's like, I'm down with that. But this is one of those that I never thought we needed. Like the OG, I think was good enough. I don't know. Like the live action thing, especially when it's been so recent. Like Moana is not that old of a game. It feels really, really weird to like already be doing a live action remake of something that's not that old, you know? Like, it's just weird. Have you seen him as the Scorpion King? Hell yeah, I have. Greatest cameo in movie history. Dude, I love the Mummy movies. I love them. They are campy, they are kind of terrible, and I love them for it. I love them for it. It's actually my primary concern with them doing the new one, because if you missed it, they're bringing Brendan Fraser back, and he's gonna do like a new, I don't know if it's a reboot or if it's supposed to be a sequel, I don't know. But I love those OG Mummy movies, and my primary concern is that the remake, reboot, whatever it is that they're gonna do, I'm worried that it's gonna not be campy. Like, they're gonna try too hard. That was the same thing that happened with like the Mummy reboot with Tom Cruise that they did, like 2017, I want to say, where they tried to make it like too sexy and serious. I'm like, no, it's not. It's okay that it's not. It's the Mummy. Like, it's supposed to be kind of campy and stupid and not that hardcore, you know? It's not supposed to be historically accurate, you know? That's okay. The 2017 one, though, they were trying too hard, and I think it just kind of killed it. Yeah. I don't know. It's the Mommy. Yeah, the Mommy reboot. Yeah. Brendan, my childhood hero. Dude, I love Brendan Fraser. One of my favorite movies that's like you have a movie that you watch when you're sick or like you're just feeling gross. For me, it's Blast from the Past. That has Brendan Fraser and Christopher Walken. It's a 1999 film. Highly recommend you watch it if you have not already. Really, really funny movie. It's so good. Christopher Walken is like a scientist that's like super paranoid, builds a bomb shelter in his basement because he thinks the Russians are going to bomb him. A plane crashes on their house while they're in the bunker. They lock it down for 30 years. So Christopher Walken and his wife, played by Sissy, she goes, like, they all go down and they live for 30 years in a 1950s nuclear bunker, and then Brendan Fraser, their son, has to go up to the surface and try to save them. It's awesome. It's so good. So I highly recommend that one. It's it's one of those movies you could not make it today because it's just so bizarre, but dude, it's a vibe. It is a vibe, bro. It's so good. Okay, let me catch up on these real quick because you guys are being very nice, being very generous. Let me catch up on these, and then we'll get to like the core things, because I want to show you that there is a new mover. There's a couple of things I want to tackle, but there is a new mover that is trying to has a history of trying to push microtransactions in games. Notably, he wanted Nintendo to start like in exploring microtransactions for Mario games. So if you want Mario to like jump higher in puzzles, you pay $1, stuff like that. That activist investment group is now investing very, very heavily into Karakoa, which is the owner of From Software. So just wait. It's really stupid. We'll get there. Let me read these real quick. Caleb, thank you for 21 months. Luke, I expect a 3-page essay apologizing for having an opinion of a video game that doesn't match the general consensus online by next stream. I'll get working on it. Don't worry. Yeah, dude, some people got big mad. It's very funny. Bruce Lee just wanted the rematch. Thank you, Kyle, for that one. That was pretty clever. Olive and Trees, thank you for the 5. I think you're right. You have to be smart to enjoy Crimson Desert, which is probably why the online reaction is what it is. To be clear, I wasn't saying you have to be smart. I was saying that if you're somebody that likes puzzles and likes dynamic thinking and lack of hand holding, Crimson Desert is a game you're really going to connect with. If you're somebody that wants more guidance, wants more like the term that's often used is yellow paint, then this is not going to be a game for you. And I think that the reaction and some of the reviews proved me very much right. Like very, very right. It's okay if you don't like games that are this open-ended. And like, to be perfectly honest, that are very clunky. It's getting better already, but it's very clunky. There's things that should have been in there day one. Even so, I thought the game was still remarkable. But there's a lot of those things that should have been there day one, and they're getting to it and adding to it. But if you're somebody that just doesn't want to deal with that stuff, that's totally fine. There's plenty of other games. But there were meltdowns, dude. Like the one that went viral, of course, was DSP, who went to like one of the first bosses, the mine boss, and he bashed his head against it for like an hour and couldn't get past it because he was in starter gear, hadn't upgraded anything, had no like healing items ready to go. Like he just was not ready for the fight. And instead of thinking, oh, I'm not ready, let me leave and come back, he just kept going and bashing his head against the wall and then quit, blaming the game, saying the game was bad. Like that's the kind of thing that I find really cringy. Like when people struggle with something and then blame the thing that they're, you know, like if you can't solve a Rubik's Cube, that doesn't mean the Rubik's Cube is rigged or broken or poorly designed. It just means you couldn't solve the Rubik's Cube. Sometimes maybe there's a case of a puzzle that's broken or isn't working right, and that's fair to criticize. But it seemed like a lot of the outrage was over things like that, where it's like, no, you're just not doing this correctly. You know, like I think a normal person would be like, I should go upgrade my stuff and then go work on it, you know? But the great thing is there's plenty of other games for people to play. If it's not for you, it's not for you. That's great. Let's see. Lil Moist, I think is what it says. Thank you for that. What a name. Thank you for the 5. We have had horrible weather here in Hawaii. Absolutely amazing to see how it unites a community. Yeah, dude, I saw some of the clips of stuff like the flooding that you guys have in Hawaii. It's mind-boggling. It's crazy. Yeah, the weather in general has been wild this year. Hopefully you're safe and secure, my friend. But yeah, it really does bring the community together in a really inspiring way, I think. Stephen M, thank you for the 2 Nature's Grasp unlocked. Yeah, tipping the tree over, literally. We have reports that somebody was trying to use a tree as a slingshot for himself. He's been playing a lot of a game called Crimson Desert, and apparently he was inspired. I think it would be fun to use a tree as a slingshot. I kind of want to do that now. Blackthorn, thank you for the 2. Hey, Luke, what's your take from Super Chats 30%? No, YouTube takes 30% and then I take 70. That's how it works. Yeah, at least as far as I'm aware. But as far as I'm aware, it's 70% goes to YouTube, or I can't talk. 30% goes to YouTube. The YouTuber takes 70%. That's my understanding. The only exception to those types of cuts is when YouTube, I think it's the same for memberships and super stickers or whatever. The only difference is when we do like fundraisers where we attach the actual specific fundraiser thing to a video. I don't think you can do it with streams yet, but you can attach a fundraiser to a video and then YouTube collects all of the funds, but they don't take a cut. They just hand it off to the charity. So like we've raised thousands of dollars over the years for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the NCMEC. I believe is what it is. They're the guys that go and like when a child goes missing or runs away or is exploited in some way or another, they go out and try to hunt them and find them. And like, have you ever been in a Walmart in the US and they have those missing child posters? They're the ones that do all of that. So we've raised thousands for them, and we do it through that fundraising tool where YouTube facilitates the whole thing but doesn't take a cut, which is really nice. And it avoids any sort of drama because the money never touches my hands. It just goes straight to the charity. So there's no worries over like, did the YouTuber donate the money or did they pocket it? There's no worries about that. It just goes straight to the charity. It's pretty cool. We have I'm working on another fundraiser drive. So buckle up. We're going to be doing that stuff. I would like it if they had a fundraising tool for the streams, because then it would be like, stop giving me money. We just raise money for the charity. I think that'd be cool, but they haven't gotten to working on the streams yet. Kane, thank you for the 10. Yes, thank you. I'm 15 hours into Crimson Desert. Thing that bothers me the most is that they made the jump the same as the button to interact, just like I remember you mentioning in your Veilguard critique. Devs, please don't do this. Yeah, it's one of those things where like I saw some TikToks of people that were they walk over to a table and they try to pick up something and they jump on top of the table to try to pick up something. They jump on top of the table. Eventually, I think what it is once you're used to just using a left bumper to focus on whatever you're picking up and then grab it, you don't have that problem anymore. But it is one of those like, why? especially when you could just use A or X instead. It just works better. Thank you for the 10. Wawawuki, what a name. Thank you for the 10. Do you think Crimson Desert's no leveling system in the weapon system is going to ruin future games? Love the system that they set up. No, I think leveling for every game is different, and it's motivated for different reasons. The reason Crimson Desert is set up the way that it is around gear is because, and leveling up that gear, is because it encourages you to go back through the gameplay loop. So if you want better equipment, you need to go out and explore. You need to go do these quests that take you to the corners of the map. If you want the badass katana, which if you didn't know, there's a badass katana that currently, until they patch it, if they do, is like super OP. That katana is tucked away in this like tower in this building over there. So if you want the best weapons, you got to go explore. You got to go hunt that stuff down. And so if they were to instead do it where player level and like power is primarily tied to player level, or like just a stat sheet, like a typical ARPG, that would lead to players going and like grinding out combat encounters, or finding, just like in Elden Ring. I told you guys the story. I have a friend, love him to death. He went to that one spot where you farmed runes or whatever in Elden Ring, with the boulder that rolls down the hill. And if you load in, run over there, the boulder rolls, kills people, you get them, you run back, reload, and then the boulder respawns and rolls down. Did you guys ever see that? It's like a well-known farming location. He went and did that. Maybe starting like 2 hours in, he just sprinted there because he found a video saying this is where you can grind it out. He got to like level 50 or something. He did it for hours and hours. He got to like level 50. And then he went back and started doing Margot and Tree Sentinel and all these other bosses. And he was like, yeah, I'm just not feeling Elden Ring. It's too easy. I was like, you did that to yourself, dude. Like, you literally did that to yourself. I don't feel that bad for you, man. Like, that's crazy. And so that it can lead to players doing that type of thing. Most players don't do that, to be fair, but it leads to at least a push for some players to do that. But I think it's just ultimately it depends on the type of game you're trying to build and what you want players at the end of the day to do when they get stuck, when they start struggling with a boss. What do? In the case of Crimson Desert, if you reach a boss that you're bashing your head against, they want you to disconnect from that encounter and go do other stuff, to go explore, get lost again, find new stuff, to level up, solve some puzzles, to get abyss cores and stuff like that. They want you to do that. And I think that works for the type of game that Crimson Desert is. Some people may not like it, and that's fine, but that's because it's just not the type of game for them. But for me, I like the way that they did it. So yeah, extremely high level early on, plus going to get the best summons. Oh yeah, making a beeline for the mimic and then leveling that up. Yeah, it's and however you have to play to get through the game, whatever, that's fine. But I think that in that case of my buddy from college, like, he kind of ruined the game for himself because he just was like, I did one attempt at the Tree Sentinel and I struggled, so I went and grinded out levels, and now I'm so powerful that it's ruined the game for me, and there's no adjusting it. Like, he'd basically have to start over. So yeah, anyway, that's a topic for an entire video, basically. Absurdly overpowered halal patriot, thank you for the 5. Hey, Luke, can you please do PlayStation fans favor? Call up Mark Cerny and get clarification on the rumor that PlayStation frame generation thing Cheerio made. Whether they're going to be doing that. I'm sure they're experimenting with it, because they won't call it multi-frame generation or anything like that if they introduce it with PSSR. But, it'll just be like magically all of a sudden your games can get up to 90 frames per second or it can hit 60, but it's weirdly laggy and stuff. I don't think that it'll be super clearly disclosed, because I think frame generation has less, at least as far as I'm aware, it has a worse reputation than like upscalers. Upscalers, people are like, okay, whatever. But frame generation, I think specifically, a lot of people get the ick. They're like, oh, so it's cheating, I don't think they like it. But we'll see if it actually, ends up coming. I'm sure by next-gen consoles, it'll be there. RPG Veteran, thank you for that. In Crimson Desert, if you max out everything and turn on DLSS DLAA mode with ray reconstruction, it's way better than native. P.S. I played on high-end PC. I think you'd have to be able to max everything out and turn on DLAA. But yeah, I mean, it's when DLAA is working with a proper base resolution that's like pretty high, it does lead to results that look better than native. I remember that being discussed when they first added some of that stuff to Cyberpunk 2077 in that one update that overhauled a lot of the ray tracing stuff. It's like, it's pretty good. You know, the ray reconstruction stuff, it's a game changer. It really is. Still Danny, thank you for the 5. 24 hours into the game. Still, my biggest problem is controls. Do you have trouble with them in the late game, or do you get used to it eventually? So I played, of course, the vast majority of my time so far with the game has been before they issued this patch and did all this stuff to tweak controls. I would assume it's going to feel better after today, you know, for most players. But for me, I got used to it. I have not thought to myself, like, you know, what do I need to press to do this? It becomes second nature. So I haven't personally had problems. There's still the obvious frustrations with like pickup being the same as the jump button. That's still occasionally, it's like, what are we doing? You know, but overall you get used to it. It hasn't been a big problem for me. AT Ministries, thank you for the 10. It's so interesting how the biggest complaint about the game is how not similar it is to anything they've experienced. Like, isn't that what we wanted? Well, I think it's an example of how sometimes what people want, how do you say this? I think people, it's like Steve Jobs said, he's like, people don't know what they want until I show them what they want. And a lot of the time what they say they want is something they'll actively hate. Like, this is actually, it's kind of interesting with Apple. Steve Jobs famously said for years, he's like, I will never, so long as I'm alive, foreshadowing, I will never let you do a touch screen laptop. It's like, how stupid is it to be doing this, smudging up your screen to interact with it? That's so stupid. It's like, I will never have my company put out a touch screen laptop like that. We're not doing that. Guess what Apple is doing at the end of this year? Touchscreen laptops, baby. They're adding OLED and touchscreen to the MacBook Pro. Apparently, that's what the rumors suggest, at least. But that's one of those instances where we're going to see. I mean, Steve said, people were asking him back in the day. They were saying, hey, when are you going to do a touchscreen MacBook? When are you going to do a MacBook Air with a touchscreen and stuff like that? Because other companies were experimenting with it. And he stood firm. He's like, if we did it, you wouldn't like it. Because we would do it, and then you'd be complaining that your screen is covered in fingerprints all over the place. You know, like, and fundamentally, this is not a super comfortable way to interact with your computer. With your hands down on the keyboard, that's comfortable. This is not how people want to actually do work. That's at least what Steve Jobs said. So we'll see if he ended up being right, you know, when they release those later this year, if they sell well. But, you know, I think that there is a thought process with some designers and people like that, where sometimes people may be demanding something, but if they were to get it, they wouldn't actually like it, you know? Or maybe their frustration or their problem is with something else. Like when players are talking all the time about every open world game feeling the same. We want something fresh and different, something that really, you know, shakes it up. Or games are getting too short, or games are getting too long. They just want something else. But often it's this discontent that they just are frustrated by. Like I just saw a YouTube short right before. Actually, maybe I can just pull it up, because I think it'll prove the point better than me just explaining it. It's funny that this came up because this is like pretty close to what I was just thinking of. It specifically has to do with. Customer expectations and demands, and how often they are disconnected and are not what you would think. I don't see it. We may not have it. Crap. Yeah, I don't. Basically, it was a story from one of those like business analyst guys. He was saying how there was a hotel that had elevators, and people complained that the elevators were too slow. And so they went, the people who ran the hotel, they went and like talked to a few different companies that manufacture and upgrade elevators, and they got a bid for like $2 million to go and upgrade all of their elevators to replace the motors and the cables and make them run faster, right? But then somebody offered a piece of advice. He said, hey, before we spend $2 million, what if we just add full floor to ceiling mirrors around the elevator and on the elevator doors? What if we just do that? So people press the button and we just add mirrors. Everybody's like, really? What? Really? So they tried it because that's a lot cheaper than $2 million. And all of a sudden, overnight, the complaints plummeted. And they plummeted because people were frustrated by the lack of speed with the elevators. They were taking a while, but more than anything, they were annoyed and bored. They were bored. And so when they added elevators in front of when they added mirrors on the elevator doors and around the elevator, they noticed that people, when they press the button, they would kind of look around and then they see the mirror and they might, adjust their hair or fix their clothes. And that would busy them with enough time where they wouldn't notice that the elevator was taking a while. And so just by altering like the framing of the waiting for the elevator, they were able to avoid spending $2 million. But it's one of those things where, there's people might demand something, which is in this case, we want a faster elevator, or as you mentioned, like we want a game that's not like anything we've played before. And so they like demand that. But what they're actually frustrated by is something different. In this case, it was that they were just bored waiting for the elevator. They're okay waiting for an elevator. They just were bored. They had nothing to like stimulate their brain, so it made it feel longer than it probably actually was. So by distracting with the mirrors, they like fixed the solution in a way that the customer maybe would not have expected. And also in a much more efficient way where they didn't have to spend $2 million on upgrades to an elevator. And so with a game like this, I think the game is so different that it excites a lot of people, but obviously, demonstrably, a lot of people have gotten turned off by it or have given up on it before they get far enough along to see some of the coolest stuff. Because there are a lot of people that are like, I just want to ride the dragon. I just want to go and do this. I just want to go and do that. But that stuff is very end game heavy. And it does raise a question like, should they have front loaded some of that stuff? Should they have given players access to that stuff earlier on? I personally think that if they were to do like some games have done where they go like God of War 3, you remember they give you like all of the bells and whistles and goodies at the very, very start, and then all of it's stripped away from the player and you start from ground zero, right? And then you gain that back up as you climb back up. Maybe if they had done something like that in Crimson Desert, where you start with the flying dragon mount and you start with all the crazy mech stuff, and then that's taken away from you one way or another, and you build it back up and reacquire it, just to give players a taste of what they're going to get if they stick with the game. I wonder how that would have gone, or if that just would have frustrated players more. They're like, I only want to do that. I don't want to play the game now because I just want the good stuff. I don't know. But it's an interesting design question, right? If it actually is what people want, or if they want something else. I don't know. It's very interesting. Let's see. Shep, thank you for the 2. No drivable boats and the flying range being awful. As for boats, as we said before launch, I was like, if they don't have boats in the game for like sailing or whatever, I would not be surprised if they add those post-launch. I don't know anything. I know nothing. I don't know anything, but I would not be surprised if they're investigating that for like an expansion, especially if it's selling well. I mean, the Steam reviews already are swinging from mixed now to mostly positive. I wouldn't be surprised if they're very positive within just like a handful of days as more people try the updates. Like they could really start to see a heavy swing where they're going to invest a lot into it. So yeah. Bernardo Quadro, thank you for that super chat. Hey Luke, still having a blast in CD? How many hours? I am still having a blast in CD. I have like, one of the nice things is that when you're doing like review stuff, you're cranking through it. Like you're trying to play it as much as you possibly can. And it can be like a lot because you're just trying to no life it basically to get as far as you can, hopefully finish it, but you're just trying to no life it. When the review embargo hits though, you can kind of take a breather. And transparently, a lot of games, if I finish a game at the review embargo, we get the review out, I'll take like a week off and I'm just like, I need a breather. I need a minute. And then I'll go back to it and finish up any side stuff I want to do. But I need a breather. With Crimson Desert, I've continued playing it Like ever since I finished filming the review, I shut down the cameras and lights, uploaded it, and then I was like, okay. And then I booted back in. So I've continued to play it, and I've been having a good time. But it's nice to be able to like let my foot off the gas a little. So instead of trying to cram in like 6 hours a day or 7 hours a day and telling my wife, no, I can't play. She really likes Marvel Rivals and playing ranked. So instead of having to say, no, I can't do ranked right now, now I can play some rounds of ranked with her. And I'll put in, maybe instead of 6 hours of Crimson Desert, I'll put in an hour or an hour and a half. And so it's been nice. As for total hours I've played in the game now, it's probably somewhere in the range of like 80 plus or minus 5, something like that. And at this point, I'm just of the mind where I'm like, I'm trying to enjoy it. You know, I don't want to rush. I don't want to no life it and burn out. I'm just enjoying it. So I'm exploring, kind of freewheeling loosely. Have I rolled credits? No. And honestly, at this point, I genuinely don't know when that would be. Like, it might honestly be for me at my current pace at like 200 hours. And I'm okay with that, frankly, because there's just endless stuff. Like, serious. It's hard to explain to somebody like how insane it is to play a game for like 80 hours and still be like, I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know that was a thing. What? Like, oh my God, you know, too big for my taste. That's totally fine. There's some people that look at a buffet and they get so excited and they're all in. Other people look at a buffet and are like, I'm good. I'm going to go to the other restaurant that does like 5 courses that are smaller but very carefully put together. That's totally fine. You know, different strokes for different folks, you know. But man, I'm eating it up. I'm one of those guys that goes and I'll destroy a Golden Corral, you know. I'll destroy a Golden Corral. Luke, the pizza's made of plastic. Don't care. Tastes good. Luke, the ice cream is mostly candle wax. Don't care. Don't care. Tastes good. You know? Like, do you want an award for figuring out what's in that? I don't care. I don't care. Dude, I was talking to somebody from Germany at an event recently, and they were like, they were weirdly confrontational over food, but it was specifically over like American food. They were like trying to, like, I guess fairly be like, our food is way better than your food, and American food is just plastic and cancer. I'm like, yeah, tastes way better than yours. It's like, you have not experienced the blessings of a Taco Bell grilled cheese burrito. When I eat it, do I instantaneously feel greasy? Yes. When I eat it, do I start sweating out of the back of my hands, which I didn't know you could even do as a primate? Yes. When I eat it, do I immediately regret my decisions as I feel my blood thickening like syrup? Yes. And I do it again. I do it again. No regrets, you know? The enlightened weight of KFC Double Down. Ooh, yeah. Oh, dude, no, the one restaurant that I will instantly feel like regret. You know how there's like buyer's remorse when you buy a big ticket item and they're like, I shouldn't have done that. For me, it's like fast food remorse. If I get really hungry, something in my brain tells me, go to Arby's. And I go, and I literally, every time I go to Arby's, I take first bite. It's like the best bite of anything I've ever eaten. The second bite, pretty good. Third bite, I feel sick. I'm like, why did I do this? I'm miserable. Like, it's always Arby's. It's the moment I go, my body is like, this was a mistake. This was a mistake. Yeah, it's the meat sweats, I guess. I just... But yeah, is German food better than ours? Probably in most quantifiable or qualifying ways. I don't know. Probably in any way that you could test. Yes, the food is better. But mine tastes better, and I like it. So suck it. Curly fries. I never order them, and it's never happened again. Really? Yeah, I could see that. White Castle for the win, dude. We don't have White Castle here. We don't have that here. I wish. Sauerkraut is trash. Somebody said it. Finally, thank you. Yeah, I'm tired of pretending like it's good. I'm sick of it. Same with I've tried, honestly, I've given kimchi a shot. I've given it a shot. If somebody in chat knows how to make kimchi good, let me know, cuz bro, to me it tastes like actual trash. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just like literally it goes in my mouth and my brain tells me this is not edible. Like I can't do kimchi stuff. I just can't. I don't know. Kimchi's great. Maybe there's a way to eat it or something that makes it good. I don't. Fresh made, I guess that's fair. I've mainly had the stuff at like, I don't know, man. It's just you need rice, bro. Well, I do that. Like I get it at the restaurant. They put it in, but it's also like we're in a landlocked state where we don't have like really high end restaurants like that. But I don't know. Kimchi is a huge either or food. Okay. I love kimchi. Jesus, can you eat anything fermented? Well, that's one thing that like, at least most Americans in my neck of the woods, we don't do fermented stuff. Like we just don't. Our palates reject it. We do not like it. When I went to some like Northern European countries, a lot of their food is based around fermented things like fermented fish or whatever. When I visited Nikki's extended family, they live up in like Minnesota, and they are largely like Finnish and Danish, and a lot of their food is like pickled fish, pickled cod, pickled pike is a big thing. They get northern pike fish. If you haven't seen those, northern pike, these fish are nasty, dude. Yeah, it's a large aggressive freshwater fish. These things are nasty, dude. They'll hurt you. But they get this fish, they cut it up, and they pickle it. It's just not my thing. I tried it, and I was like, nope. Just, I'm good. Dude, look at this monster. That's a good one. Oh, dude, this one's a beast. That's crazy. I've tried, we've gone out and done like northern pike fishing, and I still have yet to ever catch one. Whenever we go out to Minnesota, we go fishing for them. We try, but they are very temperamental. You have to be out there at the crack of dawn. It has to be like perfect conditions. You have to know where they are. And shocker, the local fishermen, like they do not share their places, their locations. If you're like, hey, I'm just visiting, can you tell me where to go find a northern pike? They're like, no. Or they will intentionally, one of Nikki's like uncles told me this, they will intentionally tell you the wrong place to keep you away from their fishing spot. Like they take it seriously. Dude. It's crazy. So anyway, one day I'll get a northern pike. Maybe the next Minnesota trip I'll catch one. You never know. Gotta go with walleye if you can catch them. Walleye cheeks. I've heard a lot of people love walleye cheeks. Yeah. Do you drink wine or mead? Because I have had mead, actually. I have had mead. It's good. The version I had was way too sweet. It was really sweet. The Iden, thank you for the sub over on Twitch, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Smolder Adams, thank you for being here. They're calling you hateful and for having predictions. Crimson Desert is a fave for me. Dude, what's funny is that like the meltdowns on Twitter were profound. All of my stats went up. Like follower counts, subs, views, like everything spiked when that happened. I was like, guys, think about this. If like you're having a meltdown because Luke suggested maybe you're bad at puzzles. Okay. And maybe that's why you don't like the game. I don't think that's crazy, but okay. Did I phrase it in a clunky way? Yeah. Would I rephrase it if I was typing the tweet today? Yeah. But I said that, and people saw your meltdown and actively went and like came to follow and sub. Like it was kind of shocking. I was expecting, yes, so some people are upset. Probably there's going to be a little blowback. Okay. But no, all of the stats like spiked. It was bizarre. I don't know. Luke, can you give me more Best Buy stories? Do I have any Best Buy stories I haven't shared before? Do I have any Best Buy story? Well, I mean, one girl I worked with, she was stealing stuff out of the, what do we call it? It was a cage, a steel cage in the back of the warehouse where when people would return specifically Apple items, they had to go and get returned to that cage because they were really valuable. And she was like one of 4 people that had the key to that cage. And she was like putting an Apple Watch in there, but she'd put the box, then take the watch. And so she was like skimming it. Shocker, they figured it out. They have cameras everywhere. They saw that she was it. There's only 4 people with a key, so it's one of those 4. It did not take a genius to solve this. And so they arrested her in the middle of a work day. Like the police just show up. We're all like, what is happening? And they just showed up and did that. Let's see what else. It was probably like 2018, 2019. I don't know. I did tell you guys, I was going to see if I could find the case from it, but there was a case where we got robbed overnight and somebody drilled through the wall of the Best Buy warehouse in the back. Basically, we had like the building and there were a bunch of like bushes. So this is the building for Best Buy. There are a bunch of like bushes along the outside. These thieves, this is like the parking lot, and this is the front of the store. But these thieves went into the bushes and chiseled out of the like cinder block wall a hole. I think technically it was actually like, now that I'm remembering, it was bushes over here and then they tunneled in this way. But they tunneled into the concrete or through the like cinder blocks and broke into the store that way. And their goal apparently was to steal TVs. But what's brilliant about this is that they dug this hole that was probably 3 or 4 feet wide. You couldn't fit a normal TV through there, but they dug through there, and the hole that they had dug was like, if this is the wall, this is the hole that they cut out. And then there was literally a gigantic steel pillar, like right there, like for the shelves that we put the TVs onto. And so they dug in probably the literal, like worst possible spot. And so I think they were able to get in and like they tried to steal some little bitty stuff, and it was just shocking how incompetent, because you think they dig a hole, they start in the center and then they see there's a steel pole there and they move the hole or start digging off to the right. But no, they dug this entire hole out and it was shocking. They don't catch the smart ones, I guess is the main takeaway. But yeah, that was crazy because we walked into the store that morning and it was winter, so it was like 40 degrees in the entire store because there's a hole in the wall, and the police are in there. That was a whole thing. Any other funny stuff happened? I don't know. One of my buddies, he was working as asset protection. You remember back in the day they had the yellow shirts, and with the yellow shirts on, they were the guys that were meant to prevent theft. So they'd go and record stuff. Well, in Colorado, we had a couple of lawsuits and laws passed where you couldn't interfere. If somebody stole something, you couldn't touch them. You couldn't do anything. Because there was some case, apparently our boss was telling us there was some case where like somebody stole something, their asset protection guy stopped him and like wrestled him to the ground till the police got there. And then the thief sued the store for assault or harming him or whatever. And so then that guy got fired and the store had to settle with the thief and all this, even though the thief was stealing stuff. So the new mandate was that in Colorado, we were not allowed to stop like shoplifters. You just have to let them go and do whatever. And so one day after, there was one guy that was really brazen with it. He would steal like OtterBox phone cases, right on the shelf, right as you walk in the door, you walk forward off to the right a little bit. It's just shelves of OtterBox phone cases. And he would just grab them, grab a stack and walk straight back out. And so one day, one of my buddies, Travis, he got so fed up. And so he started chasing the dude down the street. He like tackled him, brought the cases back in, and they fired him and like gave him a permanent stain on his resume and everything, and they were investigating, filing charges against him for stuff like actual craziness, like for him defending the products of the store and everything. But he landed on his feet. Last I heard, I think he was in demolition school or something. Like he works managing explosives for fire department or for police departments and stuff. Kind of a cool job. Honestly, sounds like an upgrade, but he ended up doing okay. But yeah, it was a whole thing. Yeah, for real. Anybody who works in retail, you have my eternal respect, because it's not, man, it is a thankless job. But yeah. Anyway. Where did I leave off? Over here. Please hold. Okay, Vintage Grapes, thank you for the 2. Luke, it's kind of funny how mad everyone got at you. I think with some of those guys, I kind of struck a nerve. You know when they say like the most violent reaction is usually an indication that you were close to the nerve, that you maybe hit the nail on the head a little too much. It seemed like, I'll just put it this way. The people that got most upset, it didn't surprise me. I was like, yeah. I also found it kind of funny. Buttery Cheeks, thank you for the 5. Luke, who do you think will win the most controversial game of 2026 award, Marathon or Crimson Desert? I mean, if we were to do it, I'm sure that you could actually track the data on like what's more controversial. By the end of the year, I don't know where it'll land. Crimson Desert already seems to be recovering pretty like significantly. But I don't know. By the end of the year, it might shift back. I don't know. But Crimson Desert definitely very, very polarizing. Marathon, it just seems like people are largely settled on it. And like if you're playing the game, you're already in the game. If you're moving on from the game, you've moved on, and you're probably not going back anytime soon. One of my brothers is really into Marathon, but he apparently is getting like pretty fed up with it at this point. He's been grinding for a while in it since launch, and he's like, I'm hitting the wall. So let's see. Traver to Magnus, thank you for the 5. Did you see the video by Salem Techsperts about the liquid metal in the launch PS5s that pool and cause damage if you stand your PS5 vertically? I did not see that. That's freaking hilarious though. I will open that in another tab and look that up. That's very, very funny. If that's the case, that seems like a bit of an oversight. Especially all the marketing materials were showing it vertically, which is funny. But thank you for letting me know. I'll look it up. Thank you. Olive and Trees, thank you for the 5. What is annoying is Culture Warriors praising the game because it actually, I don't know that. That is, I did see some people like making up fake reviews to try and like start rage baiting people. I mean, rage baiting on the internet is not a new thing. Shocker. It's a tale as old as time. So I won't say I'm surprised, but yeah, it is surprising how many people fall for it every single time. I will say that. Let's see. Did you marathon stream for Extra Life? Did I marathon stream for Extra Life? I don't know what that means. Did I marathon stream? Did I stream marathon for Extra Life? I'm sorry, I don't know what that means, Godsmack. I'm not sure what you are asking. If you put it in chat, I can answer. I just don't know what you are asking. Kinomansky, thank you for the 29 months. You should do an MS Paint deep dive on all the info we have on Bungie and Marathon to estimate if it's a success or not. All indications are that Sony is losing money at the moment. You know me, I'm always down for MS Paint deep dives. It's a passion of mine. It's a passion. Went to school for it. It's a passion. An extra live of you streaming Marathon. Oh, is that what you mean? Oh, Godsmack. Are you asking, do you Marathon stream for Extra Life? Oh, maybe you mean, are you going to do a stream of Marathon, like an extra stream playing Marathon? If there's like an update or a big update where we could go back to it and tackle it, I'd be down. I have played it since launch with, like I said, one of my brothers is really into it. So I've played it a number of times. it just doesn't hook me. Like Arc Raiders hooked me for a while. Marathon just hasn't done that. But you know, with a certain update or added content or a new map or something that really connects with me, it very easily could. It just hasn't. But if there's one more thing, like a big update or something, I could totally see going back to it, maybe doing another stream. I can see that. RPG Veteran, thank you for that one. Critics hated Days Gone. I loved it. That's what CD is. Yeah, Days Gone also, interestingly, also had problems with pacing, which is also a problem with Crimson Desert, where Days Gone, like the coolest stuff happened in the last half. And the first half was kind of a trudge. And like, so the coolest stuff with the swarms and all the freakers, they didn't call them zombies, they called them freakers for whatever reason, but all of those big horde battles that they showed in all the E3 trailers and stuff, all of that was in the last half of the game, really the last third. But you couldn't get to it until you got all the way through that part of the game. And I really honestly believe if that had flipped, and it also was not super optimized, it didn't run great, which was a problem, especially in that era on PlayStation. It was pretty bizarre to have a PlayStation game that didn't run well. But I do think if it had flipped and it was more engaging from the start, it probably would have reviewed better. But yeah, that is an interesting connection, is that both games had these problems with critics, but then, you know, they've kind of developed cult followings in the aftermath. It's very interesting. Kinomansky. Oh, I just read that one. Matthew, thank you for that. Hey, Luke, have you ever done a top 20 or top 10 ranking of your favorite games of all time? It would make a great video. Much love from South Africa. Thank you for being here, my friend. And we've done rankings before. It's been a minute, but we did like Assassin's Creed, the franchise ranking. We've done a number of other ones. Usually when like news slows down and we don't have a lot else to like talk about and discuss, we could do those. I would totally be down to do that. My problem is that I kind of go through swings where like one day, bro, I just feel like playing KCD2 all day, every day. And then the next day I'm like, I just want to play something old school. I want to play Civ 5, you know, or I want to play Stronghold Crusader. I put that towards the top of my list, you know. It changes for me pretty regularly. But if I were to try to sit down and come up with like a definitive Luke's top 10 or top 20 list, I could probably do it. It would melt my brain, but I could totally see doing that. What do I think of Control Resonant? I think it looks very interesting. I'm excited. I want to know more about it. But it looks fire. I love that kind of, not only Remedy's art style, and art direction and everything they're doing there, but I love how trippy it is. I like games that break my brain, you know, an art direction that breaks my brain. I love that kind of thing. Yeah. Ooh. Let's see. The Emir, thank you for that. Dead characters in CD. I already hate Jan, always in trouble and drinking. I hate that guy. By the way, does anyone know if I should upgrade the pickaxe? Thank you. As of right now, upgrading any of the mining materials or like the wood cutting axe, upgrading any of that stuff doesn't make sense. It gives you an increased drop rate for an additional piece of like ore, but it's not enough to be like, now you automatically get an extra one or you get 2 extra ones. It's not there. Hopefully they do patch it. We did mention that to them that was something we would like to see, is make upgrading that stuff more valuable. But we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing. You can also use Force Palm. You can do that if you didn't know. Force Palm it. That also works. So, let's see. Kyle, thank you for the 6 months. That's also No Man's Sky. The subreddit is full of posts 1,000 hours in, and I just found out. Yeah, I mean, it's par for the course with massive games with big communities. But I think that there's still going to be stuff in like 6 months that people are still finding out about Crimson Desert. It's just that ridiculously massive. It's a little outrageous. We're almost there, guys. Then we're going to talk about this insane thing that's happening with From Software's parent company. Kyle, thank you for that one. I normally really don't care what influencers think, but it hurts my soul whenever Moist Critical dunks on Burger King. Is he known for not liking Burger King? Is that like a thing? That's funny. I didn't know that. I will say there is it Carl's Jr.? Carl's Jr., they just had like one of their last locations in northern Colorado shut down. In like Loveland on Eisenhower. There's a Carl's Jr. It's been there forever. And they just shut down. End of an era. End of an era. I don't know why. I mean, I guess Burger King made me think of that, but yeah. All of the burger places are coalescing into just a few kings, you know. It's too bad. I'm the Colorado Springs game dev. Hell yeah, dude. Good to see you here. Prince, thank you for the 5. Luke, did you see Modern Warfare 2019 had more players playing the game than Black Ops 7 this past weekend? Really? Dude, I just saw the other day, I was going through my like Photos app and I had clips of like some of the kill streaks and kill cams from Modern Warfare 2019 and from OG Warzone. And it took me back, dude. I was like, that was just such a vibe, man. You remember back when, especially like Warzone, when it first dropped, dude, that was something else. There's just nothing quite like that. There's just nothing quite like that. Nothing has clicked with me that hard before or since. Like when it comes to live service games, Warzone had me hook, line, and sinker when it first dropped. I was all over that for a year, you know? It was all I wanted to do. And then it imploded. So there you go. Yeah, I missed Lockdown. Lockdown gaming was, it did hit different. It did hit different. I was just talking to somebody actually the other day about how like imagine Crimson Desert, but during lockdowns, like because AC Valhalla exploded largely in part because of lockdowns, because people were just stuck inside. So having a 100+ hour game was perfect for them. It helped it really explode and blow up Ubisoft, in a good way, as opposed to what's been happening recently. But I think a game like Crimson Desert launching during lockdowns would have been crazy. Would have been like actually crazy. So anyway. Funky Monkey, thank you for the 10. Hey Luke, new PC guy here. Is my GPU in Crimson Desert supposed to not be at 99 milliseconds? I thought it should be high and CPU low. I have an i9 and a 5080. Is it not supposed to be 99? Oh, do you mean like percent utilization? Is that what you mean? I think if you mean it like utilization, if that's what you mean, then usually your GPU for most games, not all games, but most games, your GPU will get around like 95 to 99%. And then your CPU will be somewhere beneath that. Typically, that's what happens in terms of utilization. And that's very normal. It shows that the game is running your GPU to its max. That's what you want. If you see that utilization lower at like 60%, it means there's a bottleneck somewhere else along the pipeline that's causing it to slow down. So for example, like if you try to play Factorio with a 5080 or a 5090, you're not going to get 99 utilization because the game is built on 60 FPS sprites. Okay. So like your computer won't need to work that hard to run it at the max that it can, right? So that would be fine. Like, you know, you wouldn't worry about it in that case. But for a game like Crimson Desert, it should have like 99% utilization. That would be normal. As for, as Obi-Wan is mentioning, if you actually mean 99 milliseconds, that is bad because that would time out to like 10 frames a second, which would be bad. Considering you mentioned that you have an i9 and a 5080, I cannot fathom that it's running at 10 frames a second. So if it's not running at 10 frames a second, that's utilization percentage, and that's perfectly fine, perfectly normal. If you're running at 10 frames a second, yes, something's very wrong. Maybe 4K with Supermax settings native on an older i9, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, if it's utilization, you're good. If it's frames per second and you're getting 99 milliseconds per frame, that is a problem. Mr. Blue Sky, thank you for that. Here's a dish. Look up lutefisk. I don't know why when I read these types of things, I say it with the big summer blowout. Lutefisk is a traditional Scandinavian, I don't know what this accent is, dish of dried whitefish, usually cod, that is rehydrated in a lye solution, giving it a gelatinous texture, and is a polarizing holiday delicacy, especially popular in the U.S. Midwest. The name means lye fish after the lye treatment. It must be soaked in fresh water for days to become edible. It's typically served baked or poached with generous amounts of melted butter, bacon, potatoes, and peas, alongside traditional sides like lefse bread or flatbread. See, people will talk about this food and then like, yeah, and you just have McDonald's. Good old American food. My food makes me fat. Your food makes me puke. You know? I know which one I'm picking. Joaquim says, as a Scandinavian, F that. That is the other thing to remember. Is that there's a lot of these like things that are delicacies that locals don't even bother with. Like in Colorado, our big thing is Rocky Mountain oysters. They are not oysters. They're not. Don't get it twisted. Don't. I'll let you read what they are in case you don't know. But these are like, oh, Rocky Mountain. Okay, American West calf fries or prairie oysters is what they're also called. But as you can see, they are not a product of the sea. They are not. I'm good. I don't like them. I'm good. My grandpa made me eat one when I was like 11 years old. He's like, you have to try it. It's a delicacy in Colorado. So I was like, okay, I'll try it, Grandpa, before I really understood what I was eating. And bro, they were tough. They were nasty. Didn't taste like anything. I'm convinced Rocky Mountain oysters are just a way of pranking visitors. Like a lot of these delicacies, I'm like, I think they're just pranking us. I don't think this is real. Yeah. I said it. And maybe that's the same for lutefisk, is that it's also like, oh, nobody eats this. No, we just get tourists to eat it and we tell them that we love it. Yeah, no, we hate it. Maybe that's what it is. Let's see. Take a ride with me. Thank you for that. I haven't watched your lives for a year. Was in the hospital for 100 days in 2025 and almost kicked the bucket, but it's great to be back. Miss you, buddy. Good to see you, my friend. Hopefully you're feeling better and doing better. My God, 100 days in the hospital. That's insane. Well, we are glad to have you, my friend. Hopefully we can lighten your day and keep you moving, keep you feeling good with some nonsense that we're going to talk about here in a second. So buckle up. Much love. Yes, much love indeed. Good to see you again, my friend. Prince, thank you for that. The message is retracted, so I'm not sure what you sent, but I appreciate the support nonetheless. Ryusakata, thank you for that super chat. Did I make the right choice? I was excited for Crimson Desert and Death Stranding 2 releasing together, but I could only get one. I chose Death Stranding 2 thinking Crimson Desert may need patches to improve. Right call? Yeah, I mean, I don't think in that case, especially if you haven't played either, I don't think there's a wrong call. It's just a matter of priorities. And honestly, like, as far as I can tell, the Death Stranding 2 port is really good. And so yeah, play that. Get to Crimson Desert when they've added some more improvements and tweaks and stuff. It'll still be here. It's still going to be here, and it's no doubt going to be even better by the time you play it. So yeah, I think that's totally a fair call. Totally. Yeah. Let's see. Jonas says it 100% is. Not a single person I know eats lutefisk. It's rank and disgusting. Okay, I'm glad I'm not crazy, because I do think if I ever was in the position to become like mayor of a town where we have tourists coming in and out, I would come up with some nonsense where it's like, oh yes, our local delicacy. We take the bark of the oak tree and we pickle it with smushed bees and pig urine. We let it age for 3 days in the sun, and then we grind it into a paste, and it is a delicacy spread on small crackers. If I were to do that, I would double down on it, and it would be like, no, when you visit, when we have foreign dignitaries coming to a town, and they come, we would offer them that, and it would be like, this is our delicacy. If you don't eat it, we're offended. I think you'd have so much fun with it, dude. You could get anybody to eat anything and just be like, no, it's a cultural thing, and they have to eat it. They have to. You could get them to eat all sorts of crazy stuff by just pretending to be offended if they don't. It'd be great. It'd be great. Yeah, I'm just saying. This is how these things happen. People are like, how did they even come up with that recipe? It's some troll that was trying to think of a way to piss off tourists. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. That's what it is. The problem with lutefisk is that many don't cook it correctly. It should be nice and flaky when cooked correctly. Well, that's the thing with like rare foods is you don't know what the right way is, like what proper presentation or cooking is, because it's something you don't eat very often, you know? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Dean Brady. That's funny. Todd would be offended if you refused to eat his nothing burger. That's funny. That's clever. I'll give you that. I'd be offended. I'm cool. Well, see, Jean-Claude, that's why you would not be, you're not an adventurous eater, you know. It helps you avoid nastiness. Damn, I just got a call for work and thought I wouldn't miss the gaming segment for some reason, and I was right. Is this the gaming stream show? Anybody who's been here for more than one stream knows that this is a lot of the stream is me trying desperately to catch up on super chats and then failing, and then there we go. Let me read one more, and then we will move to this, and then I'll catch up on the others, okay? Blackthorn, thank you for that. Very generous $20 super chat. Yeah, I'd be a Walmart worker. Retail workers can't go after thieves in New York. I had a coworker steal from the company. They think they don't watch everything and have every piece of inventory monitored. Called it high ticket cage. High ticket cage? Yeah, we had it was an acronym. It was like the PCR cage or something like that, but like the product return cage, PRC. Maybe PRC sounds right. Maybe it was PRC cage. It was something like that. But yeah, it was crazy because when I started working there, they could chase down the thieves, and they did, and they would stop them and keep them from stealing stuff. By the time I left, you couldn't do anything. They could come in and drag a 65-inch TV out the door, and you were not allowed to touch them. You could not touch them. You could not stand in their way because that would be considered wrongful imprisonment. Like you couldn't do anything. You had to let them just walk out with whatever. A group of people could come in and systematically remove everything off of every shelf in the store, and you could not do anything about it. You could call the police and they could come and try to do something, but like you couldn't, which is crazy. Anyway, let me show you guys this because this is also crazy. Okay. New segment of stupidness. Okay, so I want to just share this with you guys because I want everybody to understand how often this type of craziness happens, okay? And how we are on a knife's edge when it comes to rank stupidity ruling the industry. Like, it's crazy, okay? It's crazy. What is happening is that there is a company called Oasis Management, and they are an investment firm. They take people's money, and if you're not familiar with this, basically they go to wealthy people and say, hey, invest your money with us, give us 100 grand or 200 or 500, whatever, and we're going to invest that as a company to put our thumb on the scale. If we want to have a say in how this company operates or this company behaves, we can do that because all of us are pooling our money together, and then we will manage it for you. We take like, you know, a 1% annually management fee, which shouldn't be a big deal because our target returns are 10% annually, whatever. So they're one of these groups. But Oasis Management is a company that's been around before. And what we're talking about today is that they have started to acquire significant stakes in a few different companies, but the one we're talking about today is in Karakawa Corporation, which is the parent company that owns From Software, okay? So Karakawa is their big media company in Japan. They own like a bunch of magazines, a bunch of anime shops. They own a bunch of stuff. But the one most Westerners know is that they own From Software, okay? Now, they have acquired a pretty significant stake. It's about 8.86% in Karakawa, which is significant because, as IGN points out in their article, Sony recently went viral, and there was stories last year, or I guess a year and a half ago, about Sony potentially buying the powerhouse behind Elden Ring. And this was all this discussion over them buying Elden Ring out and buying From Software, and then we could see Bloodborne 2 and all this. That was what was being discussed. What ended up happening was much less exciting. Sony basically went and bought a stake specifically a 10% stake. So Sony's actual takeaway at the end of the negotiations was 10%. This puts this group very, very close to Sony's total stake. So when we're talking about influence, this group has almost as much say in the company's operations as Sony does. Okay. What are they asking for? Well, I want you to just, nothing has officially happened, okay, that we know publicly. But the reason this has started making news is because of a letter that was sent in 2014, okay? This same company, managed by the same people that manage it today, they sent a letter to Satoru Iwata, rest in peace, on February 26th of 2014. This is a letter sent to the, president and CEO of Nintendo because they acquired a significant stake in Nintendo. And they started trying to push them to try and do certain things that they felt were more appropriate, okay? Basically, they argue to Mr. Iwata that they need to move into the mobile market and start charging for even things and upgrades as little as having Mario jump higher, paying $1 for that. You know, why not? Microtransactions out the ass for everything. He says, I'm following up. This is from one of the managers of the fund. I am following up on my letter to you dated June 11th, 2013, in which I wrote to you that as both customers and shareholders, Oasis would like to see Nintendo develop and sell games for the iOS and Android platforms, and that as a shareholder, or as shareholders, we look forward to participating in your current business and future success. I was prompted to write this follow-up open letter to you after analyzing Facebook's purchase of WhatsApp for $19 billion. We believe that Facebook's decision demonstrates the value placed on maintaining supremacy in the limited pool of mobile social interaction. It is the battle for consumer attention on the smartphone. According to media reports, users in many countries spend up to 25% of their time on smartphones using WhatsApp. As the holder of what is arguably the largest library of casual games, Nintendo is well placed to make an immediate entry into mobile. Adapting the Nintendo library for smartphones could profoundly alter the complexion of the attention share currently occupied by Facebook, WhatsApp, and mobile game developers. The same people who spent hours playing Super Mario, Donkey Kong, and Legend of Zelda as children are now a demographic whose engagement on the smartphone is valued by the market at well over $100 billion if we look at the aggregate value of all companies competing for the attention on mobile. In 2013, they point to specifically what they can learn from Netflix on this about Netflix's growth. Candy crushing casual consoles. This is so 2014. If you don't remember, in 2014, the whole push was consoles are dying, everything is mobile. I remember there being articles and videos made at the time where it's there's not going to be a PlayStation 5. No, consoles are dying. Mobile is the future. You all have phones, don't you? That's literally why we ended up getting Diablo Immortal, was because they were mobile is the future. Everybody has phones. So if you're a gamer and you have a phone, perfect. We don't need to do anything else. We're good. And that's the mentality that pushed this as well. But you may recall that Nintendo ended up taking heed of this advice as time went on. So yeah, as you can see, they point out that there's other companies that are trying to do what Nintendo does and are ripping off their IP and stuff like this. But this is the part that people remember, okay? We understand free-to-play game development is an art unto itself. Zynga, a company with significant experience developing Facebook games, felt it was necessary to bring in expertise and acquired Natural Motion Games last month for $527 million. While free-to-play might need more maintenance, this model can extend the life of the game IP and lower the volatility of cash flows. We believe Nintendo can create very profitable games based on in-game revenue models with the right development team. Just think of paying 99 cents just to get Mario to jump a little higher. Imagine that being that'll convince him. Nintendo, as you have eloquently stated, is a company with a history of pivoting. Oasis believes that time has come again. As a shareholder, we are asking Nintendo, for the sake of the company and for the sake of its IP remaining relevant, to embrace the change underway in the sector. We own Nintendo stock because we believe that Nintendo, when it does pivot, the upside for stakeholders will be huge. I would welcome the opportunity to meet with you and discuss ideas further. Okay? These are the guys that now have a 10% stake in the parent company of From Software. Yeah. Oh, and let me show you this. Like they heeded this advice. Super Mario Run was launched December 16th, December 15th of 2016 on iOS. March 22nd of 2017. Just 2 years later, after that letter, they would release a mobile game version of Mario. That was certainly like monetized out the ass. They did heed this advice because like, actually, these guys are making a lot of sense. These guys are making a lot of sense. And now these same investors that did actually make an impact and get Nintendo to do something, they are now taking a big stake within the parent company of From Software. Now, to be clear, this has been happening. Like they've been acquiring stakes and stuff. So that is important to note that they have not, as of yet, written an open letter. This letter to Iwata was an open letter, meaning that it's sent to Iwata to his desk or whatever, and the media can pick up on it and it can garner the attention of other investors who maybe, if they also see that, they're like, oh, that is a good idea, and they push for that. So for example, if they were to do something like this, where they write an open letter to the CEO of Kanakoa, and he says, I think we should do Elden Ring. I know they have Night Rain already, but I think we should do Bloodborne online. Even better, Bloodborne 76. The name came to him in a dream. And they decide to push together a Bloodborne game that is monetized with like live service mechanics, and maybe it's also a mobile game or whatever. And he's pushing for this. And then other companies that own stakes of Karakawa see that and they're like, that does make sense. We should totally do that. Even though Oasis only has an 8% or almost 9% stake, a 10% stakeholder like Sony could come in and be like, yeah, we think we should do that too. That's easy money. And then somebody else comes along and is like, oh, I think we could do this. Okay. Oh yeah, we should do that. Then you're up to a 30% voting stake that's pushing for this. And they start to really push and push and push. And then it starts to spin until eventually the pressure on the CEO to make something like this happen grows to the point where they actually do it. Which seemingly is what happened with Nintendo, is that Satoru Iwata, he was not, it didn't seem like he was the type of guy to push for like over monetized mobile games. Maybe he was, but it didn't seem, at least from what I understand of him, like that's his typical, or was his typical MO. But when the investor pressure grows to a certain point, there's only so much you can do. Your job as an executive is to like serve the interests of the stakeholders and the shareholders more specifically, because they're different, but the shareholders specifically, you got to serve them. And if they start to demand something from you, you need to figure that out. So you could point to something like Night Rain as being a product of this type of mentality. You could point to something like even Duskbloods, because people forget that Duskbloods exists, for one, which has been kind of funny. But yeah, Duskbloods. It's really easy to forget that it was revealed almost a year ago, dude. Remember this? This is the next big From Software game, and it's coming this year at some point. And it is a Switch 2 exclusive. It is an always online multiplayer game. And this is where this is where From Software is putting their eggs, in this basket. Knowing that it's a Hidetaka Miyazaki game, it's probably going to be freaking awesome. But it is a Switch 2 exclusive, which is crazy. I really wonder what kind of paycheck they got from Nintendo to make this exclusive. It's really fascinating to me. I just would love to know what the dollar amount is, because it had to be significant. Because I know a lot of people are like iffy on the multiplayer thing to begin with. Maybe they didn't love Night Rain or whatever. But seeing that this is also a Switch 2 exclusive for a lot of people is like the deal breaker. But Nintendo infrastructure is terrible. What were they thinking? I mean, I think they were thinking that this is what's going to push them to make it better. I think that's the goal. I will say the Switch 2 is a powerful machine. Like, if you did not see the video I did on Resident Evil Requiem running on it, it's really impressive how well it can run that game and how good it looks. But what we're talking about here is not the machine, it's the network infrastructure. Nintendo Online specifically is notably and like historically laughable. Like, it's bad. So hopefully they're making real investments to improve it. But We'll see. We'll see. But either way, I just wanted to point this story out to all of you because this type of thing happens all the time in the industry. Whether you look at a company like Ubisoft or you look at a company like Katakoa or Sony or Microsoft or whatever, these types of investors that are pushing and investment firms that are pushing for certain things to be done, even though they're not in the players' interests at all, it's very, very common. It's very common. And a lot of it is typically done behind closed doors. What's notable about Oasis is that in 2014, they made that open letter public. They let people see it and we're very transparent about it. Like, this is what we demand. This is what we want. This is this. And that's pretty rare. Most of the time, this would be in like a letter sent directly to the CEO's desk and it's never made public. Makes you wonder how many letters have been sent to the desk of like, you know, an Asha Sharma or a Phil Spencer or, you know, a Herman Holst. Like, what kind of things are happening over there that are pushing them to do the things that they do? It's very interesting. But anyway, that's what's happening over in Katakawa over there. They say From Software has said that they do not want to make just multiplayer games. Obviously, they are going kind of back to back. They've done Night Rain, and now they're going to go straight into Duskbloods, which is another multiplayer game. So we'll see if that sticks, or if they're going to pivot after Duskbloods and do something single player again. But I guess time will tell. Time will tell. Happy almost 2 years. I loved your Crimson Desert review. I'm glad. Thank you for being here. Thank you. And yeah, 23 months. That's insane. That's crazy. Almost 2 years. That's breaking my brain. Thank you for being here. Much love. Much love. That's crazy. Every once in a while I'll see like the length. I'm like, that's wild. That's wild. Because that would be April of 2024. So in the depths of Suicide Squad coverage. Yeah, baby. Yeah, that's where it is. Yeah. Is it Switch 2 only? Yes. That game is only Switch 2. You will not be able to play that. And people are like, oh, I'll just crack it and play it on PC. Bro, my understanding is that it relies exclusively on Nintendo Online. So you can crack it and play like a whatever emulated version on PC. As far as I understand it, you won't be able to then go and access Nintendo Online. It's like the game won't work. It just won't, you know? Just won't. Godsmack, thank you for that follow-up. Sorry, Luke, at work, Extra Life is an organization that helps you garner donations to stream for 24 hours straight, either by playing games or chatting. Okay. So I'm remembering your message from earlier about Extra Life. I see. Well, that's interesting. I will pull up another tab, Extra Life. Maybe we reach out to them and see if we could do like a fundraiser or something. That could be really cool. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you. Anyway. Yeah. That's cool. So we'll see what happens with that one. Again, Duskbloods is the biggest question mark in the industry for me right now, where I genuinely do not know how that goes. I think anybody who says that they do know how it goes is lying, because like, I don't know. I was wrong about Night Rain. Like, I did not think that would pop off as much as it did, but it did, and it did well. But Duskbloods is a whole other can of worms, because it is fighting an extra uphill battle. For one, it's not an Elden Ring thing. It's not a spinoff like that. It is a dedicated, like, it's a dedicated IP, and it is exclusive to the Switch 2, which does not have a big audience of FromSoft fans on it. I don't know how this goes. Like, either they are going to go out and buy Switch 2s just to play it. And I think to do that, they would need like a lot of 10 out of 10 scores. They would need to review really, really well. And if it doesn't, like, I just don't know how this ends up, you know? But it's also Hidetaka Miyazaki. It's his baby. Everything he touches turns to gold, you know? So I don't think you can doubt his ability to make the game work. It's going to be fascinating. B Sarah, thank you for the sub over on Twitch. Thank you. Wave, people call Duskblade, maybe Duskblood, the successor to Bloodborne, or so it looks and showcase as from what the internet says. Not sure how true it will be, but that made Soul fans very angry on this reveal, since they've been waiting for Bloodborne on PC for decades. I mean, for a decade at this point. But Yeah, I think it's just going to be really fascinating to see how it goes. I really don't know. I really don't know. Yeah. Highlander, thank you for the 4 months. They need to make fishing a little bit easier in Crimson Desert, you mean? Probably. I don't know what else we would have talked about that. I guess we did talk about fishing northern pike earlier. The devs need to patch fishing in Minnesota. But yeah, I think you could also see some tweaks there for sure. Let's see. Have you seen... Oh, wait. Let me go properly in order. Jonas, thank you for that 10 months. If you want actual wild food, check out Smalahova. Smalahova. Do I want to look this up? Legit question. Can I show this on stream? I don't know. I mean, I guess we looked at steaks and fish and stuff. I'll just describe it. If you guys want to Google this, it's up to you. Okay. I just looked it up. Smalahova, Smalahove. It is a traditional Norwegian dish of a smoked and boiled sheep's head. And if you Google it, you will see the sheep's head smoked and boiled. It's prepared by removing the fleece, splitting the skull, removing the brain, and then salt curing and smoking it before boiling and steaming. Served with mashed rutabaga and potatoes. It's a festive meal that uses the entire animal, with the eye and ear often eaten first. I think I'll stick with my McDonald's, you know. I'll stick with my McDonald's. I'm good. I'm good. I don't need that. I'm good. Oh, that's nasty. That's something else, man. That's bad. That's bad. Oh man, that's bad. Oh. Yeah, I mean, obviously you eat the eyes and ears first. Yeah, I was gonna say, obviously. Did I ever see the video of the guy playing bagpipes with his sheep's head still attached? Yeah, I saw that one, and I saw the one with all the little goats. I think we showed it on stream where it was all these guys playing bagpipes, and all of their bagpipes had goat heads on them, and it was unsettling. Yeah. Anyway. That's a whole thing. Oh baby, that's yummy. Yeah, that looked gross as hell. Yeah, I mean, whenever people again start to criticize American food, I'm like, is it processed? Yes. But I think we would all rather eat American food than that. You know? I think we're good. I think we're good. I want to talk about this next. Okay, are you ready? Also shout out Jonas for the recommendation on Smalahova. I cannot even imagine ordering that at a restaurant. Like, oh, this sounds good. This sounds good today. I'm craving some boiled and smoked sheep head. That's what I need. Been craving it. Dude, ugh. Japanese food is better than American food. Well, that's a separate question. We're talking American food or boiled sheep head. I'm going to take American food. But yeah, if we're talking about sushi and we're throwing that in, okay, that changes the equation. You know, that's fair. Yeah. Almost there, guys. Jared, thank you for that 5. Have you seen the new sim game Retro Rewind? You basically run a Blockbuster store. It's a lot of fun. Really? I will look that up. I will open it in a new tab. Thank you for the recommendation. That sounds fun. You know me, I love sim games. So that sounds fun. Oh yeah, it just dropped. That's so funny. Okay. Fishing, I read that one. And then Silverstein, thank you for that. 28 months. Oh, baby. Thank you for that one. I remember watching streams where you had like 100 viewers. Come a long way. It really pays to glaze Bethesda every video. Yeah, it pays to be a Bethesda fanboy. It really does. It really does. Yep. And yeah, dude, I remember when we were streaming and we had like 30 to 40 people in here, and it was like, I remember I was really trying to read every single every single message and I was trying to keep up with everything. And then when we hit like 300 to 400 viewers, it started to get to the point where I was like, I'm trying, guys, I can't keep up. Now it's just a cluster, but I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Much love. Much love to the OGs. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Much love. The good old days. Those were the days. Yeah. Yeah. Now we just ramble and talk about stuff. It gets a little insane. Yeah. Our boy's all grown up. I know. What happened? What happened? Life used to be simple. Now we talk about boiled pig and sheep heads and I don't know what's happening. Anyway, let's talk about this real quick. Okay. We got to circle back to this because I've been wanting to circle back to this because, you know, this is something that I've wanted to keep tabs on, and I feel like it's time to do an update. Okay. New segment. Now that Crimson Desert has launched, I've been thinking like, okay, what's going to be the next big beat, you know, in the games industry? What's going to be the next big moment? I personally suspect it's going to be the Black Flag remake. Now, this may be surprising because there was reporting just in January that the Black Flag remake may have been delayed by up to a year after a series of moves that Ubisoft made in the background. But in the couple of months since this article was posted and since some of this stuff started happening, we've started to get a better idea of what's going on. So I wanted to do kind of a recap of where we're at with the Black Flag remake and why I think it's like the next big game to keep an eye on, okay? It's the next big one. You ready? Because here's the deal. A lot of stuff started leaking. And to understand this, the Black Flag remake has been in development for a while, and it's leaked for a while. It only recently was just confirmed to be in development. This was as part of a big post that they made. Well, that's the wrong one. A big post that was made by Ubisoft on their blog where they mentioned specifically that the game was in development with some key art where they showed the name officially, Black Flag Resynced. You notice for one, it is not labeled Black Flag or Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, which was the original title. It is now Assassin's Creed Black Flag, which is how most people call it, let's be honest. And with this subline, Resynced. We'll get to why it's called Resynced in a minute because they've made some major changes. This has been in development by Ubisoft Singapore, which is the same team that worked on Skull and Bones. Not really surprising, frankly, because they just did a pirate game, so all of their assets and tools, like, they can just reuse them. It's cheaper. It makes more sense. And it does line up. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with having Singapore work on it. My only concern is, of course, that Singapore is, I mean, they made Skull and Bones. Do I need to elaborate? It's Skull and Bones. Kind of a meme at this point. But amazingly enough, you know, for a game, I think it launched in 2024, Skull and Bones outlived Suicide Squad, Concord, High Guard. Like, name any live service game that tried to launch in 2024 and it survived all of that. Like, it somehow Skull and Bones was the last man standing. Figure that one out. I never would have predicted that, but somehow it managed to survive all of them. But one thing happened in early or mid-February that we've been seeing more information about this month that has given me a glimpse of hope, a glimmer of hope, dare I say. And that is this guy right here. This is Jean Guidon, which is just a fun name to say. Jean Guidon. And he is the new, basically, head of content for the entire AC franchise. So he is the guy that is now directing all Assassin's Creed stuff. Okay? Now, having said that, why does this give me a glimmer of hope? He was the original, or one of the original creative directors on AC Black Flag and on AC Origins. He left the company, is my understanding, and he was brought back specifically to help realign the franchise and get it back on track. I had the chance to speak with him at a call that they hosted where they invited some members of the community to come in and offer feedback and our thoughts and to tell them honestly where we were at with the franchise. And some people did not have like the most gentle things to say. Some people were like, we're really frustrated with how you've stripped out this stuff. We're really frustrated with how the franchise has been handled in this way. And they gave like actual clear constructive feedback. And these are not people who are like, Ubisoft or AC haters or something. These are people that are like long-term fans that have channels dedicated to Assassin's Creed. Even smaller channels with like 10, 20,000 subs, they were invited. A couple of them were invited to talk with Jean. And so it gives me a little glimmer of hope that they actually are interested in feedback early so that they can act on it. And this has been something that like, it is such a, to me, obvious thing. But I would imagine you would want the bad news as early as possible so you can deal with it, okay? So like if you are going to do something crazy in your game, like, we're going to do AC Shadows 2. We're canceling all other plans. We're going to go straight to it, and this game's going to be entirely focused on Yasuke. And we're also going to do a bunch of expansions where we cross modern day with an alternative steampunk hip hop vibe. And like, they just start going through all these ideas and you're like, this sounds horrible. This sounds awful. I would think they'd rather know that that sounds horrible now as opposed to when they reveal it and everybody loses their minds. And it's like, how did this get past anybody, you know? So hearing that they are looking for feedback, they're talking with people openly. The way they phrased it to us was they're opening the door for communication. They want to open this channel so that we can give them feedback. They said, if we do something or if we say something and you have thoughts, you want to tell us something, send us an email. Tell us what you think. We'd rather know. Like, we don't want to be wondering what the community will think about this. We'd rather know they're going to love this or they're not going to like this. We don't want to do it. So that gives me more confidence. The other thing is that Jean is also now directly supervising the Black Flag remake, and he was the creative director on the project, which gives me a little bit of optimism, you know, that if anybody can supervise a remake of a game, it would be the guy that was the creative director of that game. You know, that would give me hope as opposed to somebody else. The other thing is that the project that right now probably has the most writing on it for all of Ubisoft is AC Hexa. AC Hexa is that game that is being developed by Montreal and is expected to be a totally different kind of Assassin's Creed game. They actually mention it here, codenamed Hexa. While we know we haven't shared much about this one yet, it's being built with great care by our veteran team here at Ubisoft Montreal. Expect a unique, darker, narrative-driven Assassin's Creed experience set during a pivotal moment in history. You may have seen the recent news. I have recently taken on the role of creative director for the project, in addition to my new responsibilities as head of content. We are taking the time to deliver on this ambitious vision, which means we'll be quiet for a little longer, but we love seeing all the enthusiasm happening on our channels and can't wait to unveil more when the time is right. This project has so much writing on it, for one, because it's from Montreal. Montreal is their A-team for Assassin's Creed. Quebec has always been sort of like the secondary team that does the big games, but not necessarily the core, like, fan favorite games typically. So like Black Flag, that's Montreal. Of course, Origins, that's also Montreal. Like, it's their core main crew. And what's fascinating is that the guy that was previously the creative director on AC Hexa was the former creative director and head of Watch Dogs Legion. And it always felt kind of weird that that game didn't do very well, and then he was assigned to this massive project. Well, he's been booted, and now Jean is in charge of the whole thing, which is, I think, important. The other piece is that he, in his talk with us, stressed a few times that he and his background within the franchise specifically came at times of transformation for the franchise, of trying to change things to get away from player like frustrations or fatigue on certain things. It's easy to forget now, but Black Flag was coming at a time where a lot of players were frustrated with Assassin's Creed games feeling really samey. Same thing with Origins. It's easy to look back and be like, oh, I miss the old style. I don't like the RPG stuff. Back in the day, like, there was a lot of frustration over the combat system in Assassin's Creed games, basically being rock, paper, scissors, and really dry and boring. Yes, it had cool finishers, but it was mostly a button masher with the occasional press of a Y button. Like, it was very, very simplistic, and that's what pushed them in Origins to overhaul the combat. Same thing with the modern day segments. You notice that the resynced logo for Black Flag, it's resynced. This is expected to be because they've stripped out the modern day stuff, or at least a lot of the modern day stuff that doesn't really make sense anymore. The original Black Flag game had a lot of like these segments where you would be walking through basically Abstergo, but it's basically Ubisoft, and it was like weirdly meta, and it just killed the pacing of the game. You're like, oh, cool, I'm a pirate. Oh, I got to load out and do busy work in my office, basically. It just didn't work, and I think it was most people's least favorite part of Black Flag, especially at the time. And for years and years and years, most people were complaining about the modern day segments and how it killed the pacing. People weren't that interested. So they started stripping it out, and now people look back and are like, I miss it, add it back in. So we'll see what they end up doing for like Hexa and if they end up doing anything with it. But I think it's going to be interesting to see which direction they take that. Black Flag is already pretty much locked in, but I do think if Jean wanted to add in some more modern day stuff for Hexa, he could do that if he wanted to. Beyond all of this, though, there are changes going to be made. And I think that this is what I find most compelling and interesting. We've seen leaks and stuff. So, Jonathan found these where they have a lot of the merch stuff apparently ready to go because the game was supposed to release. It was even expected at one point late last year. It was thought maybe it would launch in like September or October of last year. And of course it was delayed. And then it was delayed to very, very early this year. It was originally expected to maybe drop in January, possibly. And then it was delayed again, because Jean came in and apparently wanted to tweak some stuff and change some stuff. And so they did that. One of the questions I asked Jean, you remember they delayed all of this stuff at the last possible second in January, and they canceled the Prince of Persia remake that they were doing that was apparently supposed to drop like a day or two before they canceled it. And I asked him, like, all of those stories when that was announced and revealed was that Ubisoft had new quality standards. That's how it was phrased. They have new quality standards, and presumably Prince of Persia did not meet that standard. Black Flag remake or resynced did not meet that standard, and so they delayed it. The Prince of Persia one, they apparently thought it was too far gone, so they just canceled it fully. And I asked him, what is that standard? Like, what is the new standard? What's the bar? Can you explain any of that to us? And he wasn't able to say anything. He just kind of bounced around the question and didn't say anything. But I thought it was fascinating that he comes in and he sets a bar that's apparently so high that certain projects that were almost done, that had millions poured into them, had no hopes of reaching it, so he canceled it. Like, Ubisoft and standards? Okay. I'm paying attention. I'm interested. Color me impressed. Okay. I mean, we'll see when we see the games if the standards are high enough, but it's refreshing to hear that they have a floor. You need to meet the floor or you don't get to do anything, Ubisoft used to have standards. Well, notably, like, they had standards back in the day when like this guy was also working there. And then he and a lot of other people left. The standards plummeted, and they started just shoveling out anything and everything that they had. And it diminished the quality standards for the entire company, and it made a lot of people lose confidence in their ability to actually deliver quality products consistently, which I think is fair. It's what happens when you regularly drop stuff that isn't ready. So he's now in control, and he has a lot of say and sway with it. But that brings me to something that happened about 6 months ago that some people have forgotten, so I wanted to circle back to it. There was a video posted by Jeux Vidéo Magazine. That is apparently how I say French things. This is a magazine an online website that does a lot of game coverage and reporting. When they typically report stuff, it tends to be considered reliable. But they had an exclusive look at Black Flag with some exclusive information and leaks of what's actually changed and shifted. And I wanted to share with you here in case you had forgotten. So it's going to be with closed captioning, so I'll read it off as it goes, but this is Google translated basically through YouTube's tools. Okay?
Bref, on commence directement avec...
Turn this. Okay. In short, we'll start directly with the topic that interests you, namely Assassin's Creed. Music plays slowly. Here we are. Dude, their cinematics used to be so baller.
I once sailed for a king. I obeyed men of privilege and wealth. Now, I bend my knee to no man.
Il convient déjà de répéter dans un...
dude, this better be good. Like, I swear to God. I swear to God, if this sucks, I'm going to be so mad. Like, I'm going to be so angry. Because this is one of those games that, like, was core to me going through a formative time in my life. Like, I'm going to be so mad if this thing sucks ass. I really hope it doesn't, but I'm going to be so pissed if it's terrible. But what do they say is happening? Okay. What do you think they're happening? Is it worth repeating? It is worth repeating, first of all, that Ubisoft is in a somewhat complex situation today, and indeed for the next productions, there are some elements which are a little particular, and the Assassin's Creed saga, which has been a joy for the French publisher since 2007, will be divided into several experiences. To be clear, again, this is using their automated translation tool, so there's going to be some quirkiness to some of the word choice because it's Google Translate. But it's also, again, important to stress this was 6 months ago. Since this happened, there's been a number of other things that have happened. Shakeups, departures, new people have been put in position. A bunch of people were hired and fired and moved around. So things have changed, but this is as of 6 months ago. It was clearly Yves Guillemot who shared this through various public statements, and also the postponement of Assassin's Creed Shadows from the end of 2024 to March of 2025. Naturally, this caused some minor disruptions to Ubisoft's schedule. In any case, it should be noted that the Assassin's Creed projects currently at Ubisoft will focus on several elements. Major projects, let's say, but also projects that I would describe as waiting between 2 episodes. And speaking of projects to keep us entertained between episodes, it's time I told you a little more about Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag Remake because, well, that's something that's been in the news for a while now. The actor who plays Edward James Kenway had confirmed this at a convention before backtracking. I can tell you from sources I've had that the project definitely exists. Black Flag Remake project began at a time that is currently unknown. However, at the time I speak to you and at the time I wrote my script for this video, it is scheduled to be ripped. Okay. So technically it is to be released at the beginning of 2026. It would seem that it's more likely for March priori. I know that Tom Henderson for his part had stated that it was for the end of 2025. That's not what I was told. So unless there's a big surprise, you'll see that it might be a little more complex. It is also possible that Ubisoft is trying to replicate the GTA effect if GTA is not delayed to October later by reproducing a little bit of the 2013 pattern, which is also funny because, again, things were delayed. It's easy to forget now, but a lot of the original goals for schedules around this period were to avoid GTA 6, which was originally slated and expected at the end of 2025. And then it was delayed to early 2026. And then, now it's been delayed to November. So now, we can get firmer in our release schedules in this next 6 month period. But back when the original timelines were being settled on, nobody wanted to launch anywhere close to GTA 6. And that was kind of one of the big question marks with this. Black Flag, and now we have GTA 6, Assassin's Creed Black Flag Remake. So there you have it. That is pure speculation on my part, but it might be something that is being considered at Ubisoft. I also wanted to tell you regarding Black Flag that the project is currently in preparation with him in the lead. So basically it's brains behind it. It's the studio that makes the decisions, that puts the studio forward. I don't know what this is. I think the translation's bad. Continuing. It's Ubisoft Singapore. Ubisoft Singapore is involved because of their expertise on the original game. Remember, Singapore worked on the entire maritime component of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag back then, particularly the simulations and systems related to the game's naval aspects. They specialized in a lot of the water stuff. So even in AC Origins, they were the team that handled all of the water for Origins. Same with Odyssey. They did all the water stuff for Odyssey. So that's kind of their bread and butter. So it does make sense. I know obviously we hear Skull and Bones. That's what they recently worked on, the major project they worked on. But at least in the past, when they were doing smaller projects or assist stuff, they did a good job. So we'll see how it works out here, of course. And currently, the Black Flag Remake project is nearing completion. However, this has not been corroborated by all my sources, but one in particular said that she was not necessarily, let's say, absolutely confident about a release at the beginning of 2026, given that there's still quite a bit of work to be done. So actually, it's not totally impossible that the game will be delayed until the end of 2026. I have my doubts about that. I think Ubisoft will still want to release it, but in any case, from what I've been told and what's been shared, that they weren't totally confident because there was still a lot of work to be done. And another person told me that there's still a lot of work to be done, period. But that doesn't change the fact that Singapore is also being helped by several Ubisoft studios to work on the project. Real quick, this jives with something that we would hear months later. So this video was posted in September of 2025, but there was, of course, the reporting from, where is it? From Grant Taylor Hill with Insider Gaming in January, a number of months later, where they delayed a bunch of stuff out, and it was expected that they might even be releasing into another period entirely. So as you can see here, in parallel, the group will allocate, this is from Ubisoft's statement that they made, they will allocate additional development time to 7 games in order to ensure enhanced quality standard benchmarks are fully met and maximize long-term value creation. This includes the unannounced title initially planned for fiscal year 26 that has been delayed to fiscal year 27. From what we know, the Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag remake is the only game that fits that criteria. Information published exclusively by Insider Gaming last year stated the project was set to be released this March before the end of fiscal year 2026. The game also remains unannounced, which further aligns it with the description above. So that would mean that they're pushing this out of that March window forward into, some point later this year, or even as far as early next year. The delay is pushing the game back to fiscal year 2027, so it could be up to a year before it surfaces. Of course, that also means that it could be as early as May or June, depending on how long the pushback is, to be clear. So this also would line up if they got this review from the new team and they were like, oh yeah, you guys are not ready to release in March. You need a delay. We're going to push it to June, July. We're going to push it to even January of next year. They could do that. Do I think they're going to do that? No. I'm guessing it's still going to release in like that April, May window. Maybe they wait and they put it out in like July when it's really slow in the industry. Who knows? But I don't think it gets pushed past the fall. I just don't see that, because I think that's going to be the AC Hexa time. So I think they're going to want like a 6-month bubble on either side for Hexa to get all of the attention and focus, because they're really hoping that that's like the big comeback. They hope that this is the first, like, win some old school fans back, and then they can come out with Hexa and really blow people away. I think that's their hope. Continuing on. It's been said the studios involved are those in Belgrade. There's also a Ubisoft Bordeaux studio, which also has some people working on the project. Bordeaux is therefore working to help Singapore on several parts of the Black Flag remake, and also necessarily by working on the Assassin's Creed Shadows Claws of Awaji was what it was called, and especially in relation to the small content of AC Mirage, which will arrive soon in order not to increase costs. And that is also very important to say. Next, we will move on to the gameplay section. Singapore is said to have reused some assets from Skull and Bones, which I think is fine. It's a ship. If the whole mesh and textures are the same, I'm not worried about that. If we're just going to reuse monetized skins and stuff, then I have more of a frustration, But that is important to clarify. Okay, that they are reusing assets. Here's the game, which is unfortunately known Ubisoft side for not having been a success. Tony Tron, that is obviously to reduce costs and avoid starting all over again from scratch. When I talk about assets, I'm not saying the Black Flag remake will necessarily look like Skull and Bones. I'm telling you that there has been some elements from Skull and Bones that's been reused, but it'll definitely be fairly imperceptible to the player of the Black Flag remake. Also note that the Black Flag remake, from what I've been able to learn, will technically offer a few hours of additional content compared to the original game. You're going to tell me how that's possible. In fact, it's Ubisoft is removing parts of the present in this remake that they consider to be perhaps uninteresting or perhaps too much. It's true that explaining the Sage system to people, does he mean the Animus system maybe? I don't know. Fairly new to the franchise is something that can definitely be a problem, especially since in addition, it's really something that Derby McDevitt, one of the writers of Black Flag and also Valhalla, put in place in relation to the system of Sage. I'm not sure what the word is supposed to be there. They want to get rid of it. Nevertheless, the absence of the present actually allows for more content in the past. So this is like the first time it was really clearly stated that they are expected to strip out a lot of the modern day sequences from Black Flag Resynced. I think this is easy to do given like the lore. They can just be like, oh, you're going to load into the same memories all over again, but you're a different person. So maybe it's Layla, maybe it's just somebody new, nameless, whatever, but you're going to replay the same sequences, just not coming out of the Animus to walk around an office building, which I think probably is the right choice, because I think a lot of people would have replayed the modern day sequences and be like, what is this? What is happening? And it does kill the pacing. That's something I've always I've always said. But this is something the fandom is really split on. There are some old school fans that hate the modern day stuff because it's usually like the most boring part of the game. And typically if you're playing like Black Flag, you want to be a pirate. You want to sail around singing sea shanties and hunting whales. That's what you want, you know? But when it comes to like the modern day stuff, it just kills the pacing. You know, it pulls you out. You're like, oh, you're being a pirate? Too bad. Too bad. You're going to walk around an office building now and try to fix something on your desk, you know? So I think there's a way to do the modern day stuff that's fun and interesting, but I also think that sometimes there's people that have rose tinted glasses when they look back and they forget how much like the fandom collectively didn't like it. Yes, there are some hardcore fans that love the modern day stuff for the lore implications and the broader story of the Templar versus assassins, but I think the vast majority of players did not like the modern day segments, which is why they're cutting it out. No doubt there's going to be some hardcore fans that are perturbed by that. I think it's probably the right call in the grand scheme of things. As somebody who's a fan of the franchise, I think it would have been more headache than it would have been worth. The Connor playing as Layla was terrible. I mean, I kind of agree. It's just, there's a way to do modern day segments that's not terrible, but they never got that much attention because why would they? Like, obviously, if you're playing AC Origins, the primary focus is on the gameplay in Egypt when you're playing as a magi. Like, it's not about walking around with like a gun or stealthing through a cave or something. That's not where the focus is, you know? So it's not surprising at all that they would tend to receive less attention from the dev team. But my general thought is if you can't do something well, maybe don't do it at all, you know? But anyway, continuing on. Long story short, I think that this is probably the right move, especially because it's also been rumored that they're going to be able to add additional content that was originally cut from the game and splice that in instead. Now, what would have been that content that would have been like from the past? I don't know. But on the other hand, I know that, well, the present will go in favor of a pirate experience in the past that will be more important. Another very important piece of information I want to share with you for those that might have been a little worried about the Black Flag remake aspect, hoping to avoid RPG mechanics in its gameplay. Good news or bad news, depending on whether you appreciate it or not, it will definitely be there. There will be RPG type mechanics in the Black Flag remake. So more specifically regarding the inventory system and especially regarding the loot system, I was also told there was a weapon and equipment statistics for the game for Edward, similar to at least the Assassin's Creed RPG type games that have been released recently. Will it be exactly the same system? Will it be slightly less, somewhat similar to Mirage and so on? Who knows? In short, something that needs to be established. However, regarding a statistical system and so on, and especially in relation to loot, there is something that will be evolving on the subject. We'll also move on to another element. So this, a lot of runway has been laid out with this, and a lot of discussions have been had related to this. This is where the discussions of like the RPG mechanics coming back in and being added in all started from. I feel like his statements are vague enough to say that it does have, they've changed the inventory system, they've changed how the weapons work, they've changed some of that stuff. It might be closer to Mirage, it might be closer to Odyssey, it might be closer to Valhalla or Shadows, who knows? But they have changed it. It will not play, in terms of inventory, weapons, equipment, that type of thing, it will not play identically to the original. This one, I understand some people hear, oh, they're using the RPG mechanics and they're bringing that over and they get perturbed by that. I get that. Again, it's easy to look back on these games from like 2014 and 2013 with rose-tinted glasses. They were rough, okay? The combat system also especially is something that he's going to talk about, which also seems to have been tweaked. My hope is that they retained finishers and stuff. We'll see if they actually did that or not, but let me let him finish real quick. As technology has inevitably evolved since 2013, Ubisoft has planned to eliminate loading times for accessing a city on land from a naval point or vice versa. If you remember back, if you wanted to go to like Kingston, then you would have to go and there was a load screen between the sea and the city. You'd go through a loading screen and then go into it. That's something they apparently have removed. So they actually got rid of the load screens entirely. It was removed to facilitate exploration. It seems totally logical to me, actually, given that it's something that's already possible. For example, in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, you can literally arrive at the loading screen in Athens and so on. So it's a technology that already works very, very well. The goal is to do the exact same thing with the Avon, Kingston, and so forth, the combat system, and I'll come back to the RPG aspect in a little bit. It has also undergone some modifications to better match the style of the latest installments. I wasn't told if the entire choreographed fight section was removed. However, what I was told is that it does indeed have a combat system that is closer to the RPG games, so that might mean less choreography in the fights. That's a bit of a shame. This is one thing I think that has been a big miscalculation on the part of Ubisoft, like in terms of priorities. People, as far as I can tell, people did not like the rock, paper, scissors, button mashy combat of the old school games, but they did like the finishers. They did like the really elaborate finishers when you're going and doing the button mashy combat and quick parries, and then you have the finishers and it's just insanely gory, intense. Like AC Syndicate had some of the best ones where it's like, okay, I'm going to jam my hammer in your face. I'm going to move over, stab you. I'm going to bring them together and they clap together. And then I'm going to rip my cane out of your face. Like they were hardcore. So they liked the flair. They didn't love how you got there. You know, I'm glad people are agreeing because I was like, I feel like combat in AC games has always been kind of a hot button issue where people think that they like the old school combat, but they don't. They liked the flair of it. They liked the finishers. They liked that stuff. The core combat, which was X, 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 Y, X, 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 Y, X, X, A, X, X. Like they didn't like that, which is why they complained a lot at the time. And that's what ultimately pushed them to change it in 2017 with Origins. But I think there's a way to retain cool finishers with a hitbox-based combat system. But that's something they've not done. Finishers in the recent Assassin's Creed games have definitely gone on the back burner, and I think it's clear that fans want them and they need them. So I don't know for a fact if it's happening, but I would hope that some of these delays are to add in some cool stuff like that. We've seen them do overhauls to like AC Shadows to add in new movement, new parkour, new finishers, what have you. And I think the hope is to be able to bring some of that stuff over to Black Flag as well. There was a story, I don't remember where it originated from, so if somebody in chat knows, but there was a story that was going around about how, based on some of the feedback to AC Shadows, they actually went back for AC Hexa and tried to overhaul some of the combat, even more so with like, maybe I can just Google it and find it, AC Hexa Contortionist. Let's see. Let's see. This is it.
Next week and on Monday. But Ubisoft. We can't go a week without mentioning it. Grant,
Grant's going. I was gonna Grant walking off.
This close, man. You're so close. But Tom needs to get his fix in. It's like his drug. He's got to say it once per episode at least. So we're seeing more changes at Ubisoft. This time the director of Assassin's Creed.
Here, I think I can skip forward a little bit. Here.
Just don't worry about it, basically. From what I've heard on the game, they are doing some really cool stuff. I know that people are kind of put off by the fact that it's a witch game, but it seems
that's what sells me on it.
It seems like that is kind of the case to a certain degree. But then Ezio comes in, or he was planned to come in halfway through the game and kind of teach her the ways of the assassins and all that kind of stuff, and then probably leans more into a traditional Assassin's Creed title. But I don't like some of the stuff that I've heard of the game, like completely overhauling the combat system. They actually hired contortionists to come in and do the mocap for it. So there's going to be a lot of like acrobatics as well in the combat system and all that kind of stuff. So it just sounds pretty cool to me, honestly. And I said this in the tweet, I believe, but everybody at Ubisoft, especially at Ubisoft Montreal, this is the game that they want to work on. Because obviously it sounds good to everyone. It's probably one of the more safest games at Ubisoft at the moment because it's under Vantage Studios, and yeah, people are just looking forward to it. And then
That intrigues me, hearing that they've actually it's exciting the team, not just because it's one of the games that probably is not going to get canceled, because nobody feels safe at Ubisoft at this point, but also just that they've gone and they're trying to do something wacky and different, like hiring a contortionist to do motion capture for the combat. That, to me, I hope suggests that they're going to go. And also, in the same period they've been doing that motion capture, they're also doing additional motion capture for finishers for Black Flag remake or resynced, but time will tell. But I think that the combat discussion with Assassin's Creed has largely been muddled by some people confusing what they want out of the finishers with what they want in terms of mechanics. I think if you had really awesome finishers that were really flashy and crazy elaborate and stuff, and you had those cool finishers with the combat system of an AC Origins, I think people would have been fine with it. I think it's more that they saw that as Ubisoft leaned more and more into the hitbox RPG combat system, they abandoned and cut out way more of those elements that people used to like. Things like back wall ejects, things like the basics of more elaborate parkour that you could do in Unity with wall pivots and, again, wall ejects onto another corner, and then Arno would loop around it in a seamless animation, just transitioning across the wall. Things like that were all stripped out circa 2020 with AC Valhalla and never returned. And hopefully they're going to start to bring it back, because I think players really liked that flair. But anyway, continuing.
Ubisoft est revenu un peu de graphie dans les combats. Ça, pour le coup, c'est un peu dommage, sauf si Ubisoft est revenu un peu sur le sujet.
Sorry. Ubisoft has revisited the topic, but from what I've been told, it's indeed a combat system that is more RPG-like, and that also makes perfect sense with the other information I mentioned earlier regarding the inventory system, the loot system, and the weapons stats, and so on and so forth. And also regarding equipment, I also wanted to come back to the map in particular. So I was told there's no enlarged size. Womp womp. No enlarged size. Sorry, fam. Right, compared to the map. So in this case, that's something I can technically tell you. On the other hand, the map has been reworked a bit because it's not content with removing, or content with removing load times to have smoother exploration on paper. Ubisoft has also worked on filling the islands on the map, having islands with much more activity and so on, to bring more missions, of course, because it's true that the Black Flag map, technically, well, you have Cuba, all that. Okay, you have small islands with 2 or 3 chests, but that's true that there is less content on these small islands, and some of them are totally useless. Ubisoft has definitely planned to add more content to these islands to make exploration much more interesting. And I also wanted to finish with 2 small pieces of information, one of which, where I actually already told you earlier, Black Flag Remake is not planned to be a production that approaches the scale of the remake. Okay, it is not intended to be in the style of Resident Evil or Silent, meaning it's not at the level of those remakes in terms of technical aspects and so on. It's really a reinterpretation of the Black Flag game brought up to date. We can't necessarily call it a remaster. Yes or no, ultimately it depends. It will really depend on your point of view. I think that's why they're calling it resynced. That's why they're calling it resynced. It is not really a remaster, but it's not a full from the ground up remake. They're tweaking some stuff in a remake way, and then they're adjusting other things in a way that's more in line with a remaster. But the thing is also, when you call something a remake, it brings with it certain expectations. And when you call something a remaster, it also brings expectations. A remaster, you're probably leaving the core of it together and you're just upgrading textures and maybe some rendering stuff, but everything else, maybe controls too. Everything else will be basically the same. With a remake, you're expecting pretty much everything to be overhauled, and that brings with it also expectations and demands, and that also, I think, would frustrate people. And so by calling it resynced, you just sit in the middle and you're like, we're kind of doing both. You know, so it's going to be interesting to see, but I do think that how they decide to market this is going to be fascinating. If I were them, for one, I would have Jean lead the charge from the moment it's revealed. My name is Jean. I was the creative director on AC Black Flag. Immediate. Okay, so he knows what he's doing. Okay, so if anybody's going to treat this respectfully, He probably can do it. And beyond that, my stance has been for months, probably years at this point, that I think they should shadow drop it. I think if you give people enough time to find and poke holes and stuff, it just creates more drama than it's worth. And I'm saying that as somebody who directly benefits from them doing a prolonged marketing cycle. If they do like 5 trailers, gameplay previews, and demos and stuff, I benefit from that because I can make a video on each and every single one of them. But I'm telling you, if they want the game to do the best it can, my personal opinion is shadow drop it. Make it a big moment, really exciting. Do what BGS did with the Oblivion remaster. Because I think if people get home from work, check their phones, and their buddy is telling them, dude, you remember Black Flag from high school? Bro, it's out. It's out now. Like, you can go play it. They just remastered it. Like, it's cool. Then I think people would get really excited. They go home, they download it before they even have a chance to poke holes in it, you know?
Afterthought_ donated $19.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
But this clearly has to be on a new version of Anvil just to implement RPG combat. I'd be shocked if this doesn't have the same quality of at least Shadows.
Yes. So the one interesting thing is that the Anvil engine, they've been sharing some little like videos and stuff. Ubisoft Anvil. They've put a lot of money into the Anvil engine. And it does, I mean, it is impressive in many, many ways. Okay. Like if you've not seen how they've been able to get like Star Wars Outlaws or AC Shadows running on the Switch too, it's pretty scalable. It's very, very impressive. And they do have some of the best data streaming tech of any company that's out there today. I mean, they really do have some impressive tech. Is it perfect? No, but it is impressive. And they've been showing a lot of this by bitrate. If I show, this is a video encoder's nightmare is what you see on screen right here. So they poured a lot into this, but my understanding is that their goal, like as you can see up here at the top, their goal is to basically have it so ultra high game. You can basically have 2 projects open, and then you open the Black Flag remake over here, and you can be playing through that at the same time and working on that. And the idea is that you can have a team in Singapore working on it and making changes and tweaking stuff. And then the team in Montreal is making tweaks and changes, and all of it syncs together seamlessly across the board for everybody. So if Quebec adds into the combat system a new finisher that you can use in AC Shadows, in theory, that should be able to be brought over to the Black Flag remake. If they like check the box that is enabled for this player character, then you could use that too. That's my understanding of what they're trying to do with the tool set, is to make it so you can do that type of thing, which is cool if that actually happens. Because we also thought that was what was going to happen with AC Shadows, and then it just didn't. Somebody did ask that of Jean. Somebody did ask that in our call with him, where they said, so I thought you had all this tech to be able to bring features and stuff across games so that there isn't this big gap where this game has these features and then the next game is missing a bunch of them. And he did say, yes, we've been building out our tools and our tech to be able to do that type of thing that you're describing. And we can't wait to show you the results of those advancements in due time, blah, 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 blah. That's at least the idea. That's commendable. It's also a lot of engineering. Yes. And at least the expectation is that engineering has been happening for like 5 years, and Shadows was the first game that was going to show the potential of that stacking. So being able to build much more iterative games across studios where you don't have those big gaps. Because we had this time and time again. If you remember, AC Odyssey had a really good cinematic camera, dynamic cinematic camera for like cutscenes, for side quests and everything. Everything was acted and looked really, really good. And then Valhalla came and didn't have any of it. It's like, what happened? Your last game did. Well, it's because Montreal was working on Valhalla while they were working on Odyssey. Odyssey launches with these tools. They're still working on their stuff, but they're in too deep to be able to copy and paste that over. So they don't get to share it, right? And so you ended up with this weird thing where you would have a game that launches 3 years after the last one, and it's missing stuff that the last game had, you know? They want to avoid that. And this tech apparently allows them to avoid that, which could be good, because it should, again, in theory, make it so if you have some really cool advancement for AC Shadows, You get to do all of that and more in your next game, technically speaking. We just haven't seen that yet. And people might be like, well, what about Star Wars Outlaws or Avatar? Those were made with a different engine. Hence the problem. that was part of the problem, is that was made with Snowdrop. I think that's what it's called, Snowdrop. And that's the engine that was headed up by Ubisoft Massive. And they built that out, and it was very impressive in its own right. I mean, the Avatar game is very gorgeous and beautiful. Star Wars Outlaws also very beautiful in the environments and everything, and it's way better since launch. Like, they've done a ton of work. It's crazy. But that's with a different engine entirely. So it also had the same problem where people were like, AC Mirage has this feature, and or cutscenes in AC Mirage look like this. But in Star Wars Outlaws, they look way worse. What is happening? Why is there this gap? And it's because it's a different engine. But for Assassin's Creed across the board, it's going to be using Anvil, which has all of these advancements they're talking about. So I think that, again, as we've been saying for like 6 months, Ubisoft is primed. They have the right pieces on the board to win, or to get a W. Maybe not win, but to significantly improve their position. Think of a chess position. They've got the pieces set up to gain a serious advantage and make progress. Maybe right now, in terms of eval, they're at like -3. They're down a knight. They're screwed. But they have a chance to equalize the position. There's a tactic available to them. They've blundered 15 moves in a row, but they could, if they see it, if they realize the opportunity, they could actually equalize the position at this point, because they have a remake remaster of one of the most beloved AAA games of the last 15 years. They have that slated to release within 6 months of that, to maybe a year, but probably 6 to 9 months of that. They have a massive AAA, dare I say quadruple A, game in one of the biggest franchises in the world that is exciting all of the devs, is exciting even the fandom. They have OGs from their golden age that are returning to lead the charge. Like, they have all of these things lining up where they should be able to hit it out of the park. They should be able to equalize the position and get back where they need to. But it's Ubisoft. It's Ubisoft. Like, at the end of the day, that's the thing. It's that never, ever doubt Ubisoft's ability to steal defeat from the jaws of victory, but hopefully this is, the start of us getting some really good Assassin's Creed games. But time will tell. Time will tell. That's the big thing, is that they have all the pieces set up where they need to. They just have to execute on it properly. And I believe they can. It's just going to be fascinating to see if they can actually seal the deal. Let's see where they hung their queen. They hung a few of them. a few of them. Blackthorn, no, I don't think your name is being flagged by the thing. I don't know. I'm not seeing you get flagged or anything, so I don't think so. Let's see. We need a Luke and Gotham chess collab, dude. I'd kill for that. Gotham's awesome. I'm not as practiced in chess as I used to be. I used to grind it out. I went to all the tournaments. Dude, I took it seriously for a long time. Then I found girls and video games too. But yeah, I used to really go hard for chess, but now I'm out of practice, but I'd love to get back into it. Love to. Wait, I thought Ubisoft was going under. Well, some people were saying that. I have never said Ubisoft was going under, because they have the ultimate cheat code, Daddy Warbucks, which is Tencent. No matter what happens, they can always just go to Tencent and get bailed out, just like the rich kid who does something bad who can always go back to Daddy and get bailed out of jail. That's their ultimate get out of jail free card, literally. And so they would never like go belly up. They would get screwed, and then Tencent would come and buy them up, or bail them out. That's what already happened when they were running out of money. Tencent came in and bought a massive stake in Vantage Studios for $1 billion. And so that funded everything they needed to do, you know? So I don't think Ubisoft has been at risk of like liquidation or anything in probably ever. I don't think they were ever at risk of that, but they are at risk of like, you know, massive stock price plummets. They have been at risk of like, you know, massive downside for shareholders. That obviously is true. But as for like going bankrupt, no, because they just aren't set up in that way. But yeah, I do know some people have been acting like they are going to go bankrupt. And I think that more betrays the fact that some of those people don't know what the word bankrupt like actually means. I'm not saying that to be like bitchy. I'm just saying like, it's the same thing when everybody says like, oh, it's a flop. It's like, no, a game can do pretty good, but not like exceptional. That doesn't mean it's a flop. You know, if you were expecting to make $100, but a smash killer success would be making 200. Let's say you made $100. You made $105. Or I'll change it. You made $80. You were expecting 100. 200 would be an amazing success, but you made 80. It's like you're close to your targets. You'll eventually hit 100, you know, over the next few days or months or whatever with recurrent sales and stuff. You'll eventually meet where you needed to be, but it wasn't a smashing success. That doesn't mean it flopped. You know, if it made $2, that's a flop. That's a different thing, you know? Yeah, they did not say it. They declared it. Exactly. Let's see. Thank you, C Sarcasticoth, for the bits. Luke, I hope your day is going great. Can I ask why Ubisoft and Bethesda have a pass on releasing mid games? Well, ultimately, everything is acceptable as long as your fan base doesn't mind. So if you release a mediocre game, but your fans still buy it and spend millions on it, why would they need to push to do better? Like, they just don't. Things change when the fan base rises up and it's like, yeah, no, do better, you know? And that's what started to happen with Ubisoft, is that they used to be able to get away with just kind of the same old, and the people just stopped buying them and stopped engaging. Now, Assassin's Creed is still massive. It's still a huge franchise. But I think Star Wars Outlaws was the ultimate example of how, like, you can't just slap a big IP onto a game and expect it to sell well. You have to have it review well. It has to be getting positive buzz. It has to do all of these things. People have to ultimately find it fun and enjoyable. And not enough people thought that with Star Wars Outlaws. Now, I liked Star Wars Outlaws. It's way better now, for sure. But clearly, it did not perform anywhere near the way they wanted it to. And it caused a lot of introspection from Ubisoft. I think because they just honestly thought, it's Star Wars. It'll blow up. It'll do great. And that wasn't enough. It just wasn't. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Considering how much more their IP is worth than their stock price, I'm sure their loans aren't as onerous as expected. I think that Ubisoft has there's a lot of financial complexities going on with how they have things structured, with like signing off the rights to this franchise over there, and then this company owns that, but they're owned by this company, and it's split between these two entities, and it's very complicated and elaborate. But long story short, I think Ubisoft will continue laying people off and continue rescaling and downsizing, because they're too big for how much money they make, or how much money they don't make. It's just going to be a matter of time to figure out when they actually stabilize. But as for Vantage Studios and Assassin's Creed specifically, they should be able to make billions annually from that franchise, and they just haven't been able to. So we'll see if anything changes. Mason, thank you for the 5. I'm glad No Man's Sky made a comeback, but their comeback story made other companies think it was okay to release unfinished games. I see what you're saying. People were releasing unfinished games decades ago too. Unfortunately, it's a tale as old as time. So I don't think it's necessarily a specific, like, you know, No Man's Sky thing, but I see what you're saying. And I think it's more that companies used to be able to get away with it. Like, again, look back at some of the videos from like 2011 or 2015 even. It started slowing down in 2015. But like circa Skyrim or Fallout 4, where people were saying, yep, and it even has that Bethesda charm, and they show like videos of bugs and like the game crashing randomly. And it was like a tongue-in-cheek laughing at it, like, oh, it's Bethesda, it's kind of broken. That used to be like, tolerated for sure. But it used to even be like charming in a certain way. Nowadays, that doesn't work. That just doesn't. Again, the best example I can point to of this is Mafia 3, how tastes have changed. Mafia 3 reviewed really, really badly. Okay, it just did. Like Metacritic in the 60s, like Destructoid 5 out of 10, 6.5. It was buggy and broken. Once it was fixed, it was significantly better, but it was buggy and busted. You know what happened? Mafia 3 was the second best-selling retail game in the UK in its first week. It sold 58% more than Mafia 2. It debuted at number 9 on the Japanese sales charts. And on November 2nd of 2016, Take-Two Interactive announced that it had shipped 4.5 million units in its first week. A Metacritic score in the 60s, and it sold 4.5 million units in a week. That's crazy. That would not happen today. It's, I think, because the industry is way more competitive. And then there's also just this is a result, I think, in large part of taking games to 70. Like when you took games to $70s, people's expectations and demands rose, as you would expect. You're asking me to spend more, you need to give me more. And so people's demands for quality raised. And the studios kept trying to do the same thing they used to do. If games launched at $60 nowadays, maybe more people would be, willing to give them a little bit of leeway, like with this stuff. But I just can't stress enough how insane it is to have a game review this poorly and then ship 4.5 million units in its first week, which is just crazy. Yeah, the PC version locked to 30 FPS. The PC version was locked at 30. Imagine doing that today. Just imagine if you launched Crimson Desert and it was locked at 30 on PC. Can you fathom the blowback and outrage? Like, it would be crazy. But it was a different time, man. It just was. But companies still try to operate that way, and then they get in trouble because you can't. It just doesn't work that way. Jess, Mafia 3 wasn't fixed, Luke. The game is still buggy and broken. The Definitive Edition didn't fix it either, but the story was good. Well, that's too bad if you had problems with it. When I tried it or replayed it for the critique I did on all 3 of the games, I mean, it was night and day. It used to be that I couldn't get it to boot on Xbox at all. I had a bug which corrupted my save file and tied it to my account, so I just couldn't play it. You just couldn't play it. Like, when he's loading the bags up into the truck, like the button prompt to interact with the truck, like wouldn't work. And it, like, I was just couldn't play it. So for me, at least in my experience, it was significantly improved, but I'm sorry to hear that it didn't work for you. Only in the US did price go from 60 to 70. Well, the world is a big place. Other places like Australia and Brazil, I mean, poor Brazilians, their conversion rates are crazy, but all over the world, games got significantly more expensive. And when you combine increased costs with increased competition, it ends up with gamers being really picky with what they choose to spend money on. It's why I said that I think the best thing for the industry that could possibly happen would be GTA 6 launching at like 60. It would be the biggest like middle finger to every other publisher to be like, yeah, this game that's going to be bigger than any of your games combined. Yeah, we are going to sell it for even less. That would be the ultimate reset for the industry, but I don't think we'll see that. I think Strauss actually just the other day, Zelnick GTA 6 price. This was like just a day ago or so. Where is it? Where is it? Maybe if I do just interview, I can find it. Because I think it was on this. I think it was in this interview. Hold on, let me pull it up. Transcript. I think it was 70. Yeah, here. So this was a question about microtransactions. I guess I should reset this. Okay. So a lot of debate has been going on. New mini segment. Feel free to clip this or whatever. So one of the like debates that's been going around, of course, for like 2 years, 3 years at this point, is how much is GTA 6 going to cost? And people think that Strauss Zelnick, the CEO of Take-Two Interactive, parent company of the publisher or parent company of Rockstar, they think he slipped up in this interview he did on the Game Business with Mr. Dring, I believe is his name. They think he might have slipped up. Basically, they were asking him questions about microtransactions and in-game advertising, stuff like that. Questions over, are you going to add in like in-game ads to something like GTA 6 or whatever? So let's hear what Strauss had to say and why people think he might have slipped up on GTA 6's pricing. Okay, let's listen to this.
It's worth almost the entirety of the PC console content revenue. Because I'll also ask the other question that came up with Matthew Ball was in-game advertising. Because obviously in mobile, it's now so big. It's worth almost the entirety of the PC console content revenue combined. But given that trend and the success you've had with ads and through your mobile games, through Zynga, do you see an opportunity for advertising within the PC and console space?
Well, for free-to-play titles, yes. For
this, again, I'm just going to say Strauss is like one of the few gaming CEOs where I hear him talk about this stuff and it's like, thank you. Like he gets it. He gets it. Okay. So just wait. You can maybe point to other things that he's done with like NBA 2K, but I'll let him answer. But like, you're going to hear him immediately distinguish between free to play and premium games and how you have to treat them differently. That's something a lot of companies won't even do. Okay. So I'll shut up.
Well, for free-to-play titles, yes. For titles for which you've paid $70 or $80, no.
No.
We have some limited advertising inside games like NBA 2K because that, it fits with the vernacular. You want to see advertising in an arena, in a stadium, because you would if you were there in real life. But that's not a big economic contributor.
No. I'm just interested in, I think Matthew was talking about the idea that, when you like watch Bridgerton or whatever on Netflix and you press pause, you might get an advert in the pause menu. I guess if you've not paid for the advertising level of Netflix. And I guess he was sort of talking about those opportunities, but I do think I think from what your answer suggests, you probably would be upsetting that core player that's come in at $70, $80.
Very difficult for me to believe that we would want to have interstitial advertising in a game that someone paid $70 or $80 for. It would seem unfair.
People have taken that and concluded that he's suggesting GTA 6 is probably between $70 and $80, probably closer to 80 if he said 80, because the only other example of like an $80 game is like Mario Kart, I'm gonna be real. I think that you can read this either which way. Okay. For me, I think he's talking about premium price games. You could point to like 80 being the starting price is what he's referring to. He could also be referring to like deluxe editions, where people spend an extra $10-$20 to get some extra in-game items when they pre-order the game. Happens all the time. That could be what he's referring to. I don't think this is as clear cut as like confirmed GTA 6 is $80 and that's what they're doing. I think with this though, and I want to know in chat, so I want everybody to put their guesses in chat. Officially, I can see Meatlove69, what a name, already put his guess in. But I need you to put your guess, just the number, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, whatever you think the starting price for the standard edition of GTA 6 will be, okay? The standard edition. While you're filling that out, I'll wait for for everything to catch up, because we're on a bit of a delay. But my personal guess is, and has been for a while, that they're going to do probably a higher base price, maybe 70, possibly 80, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's like $79.99. But I do think they're going to have an even higher tier above that, where it's like $120 US, so like $30 more or $40 more. And they're going to price that as like the deluxe gold, whatever, convict edition, whatever. And that is going to be what's going to give you access for like early access. So I think they're going to do like 5-day early access or something like that. And they're going to get you to pay for the upgraded version at 120 with that. And that's how they're going to get you to spend even more, because everybody's going to be like talking about the game. It's going to be like the biggest FOMO ever. This missing out. Nobody wants to miss out. Nobody wants to be the brokey. Oh, you're a brokey. You can't play the game early. Cringe. That's cringe. You better believe that's going to happen. We saw people when we were talking about Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. We went into a stream chat for a guy that was playing the game, and he had been on Twitter calling people brokies if they didn't want to play Suicide Squad. People were doing that with Suicide Squad. You better believe that they're going to be calling people brokies if they don't upgrade to GTA 6. And if you don't think that, or GTA 6 Deluxe, whatever. And if you don't think that has an impact on like high schoolers, college students, like it does. It does. Nobody wants to be the socially uncool dude who was left out, Now, a lot of you guys are going to maintain, a level head with it, I'm sure, and not spend an extra $40 just to play a few days earlier. And you'll be patient. But bro, there's many, many millions of more casual gamers out there for whom this will be a cultural beat, a cultural moment, where they want to participate. They want to be part of the trend, and the power of trends is crazy, dude. If you've not seen what some of those like Utah moms will do for Stanley Cups, or like, I still don't understand the Labubu thing. I'm going to be real. I don't get it. I don't know what people are talking about, but that's a thing. So like that was crazy. And same thing with like the Swiftie thing, bro. Swifties is but a drop in the bucket compared to what GTA 6 is going to do for young men. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Yeah, PC player, I can wait. Yeah, literally. I mean, you kind of have to. $200 premium early access. Oh, what if they did 2 stages of early access? Oh God, don't give them ideas. It's like 3-day early access for the $120 version, or if you spend $199, you get 5-day early access. Bro, that would be evil. But I wouldn't be surprised if they try to do it, because they can be like, yeah, it's the same game for everybody. It's just you get access to it earlier. You can play it earlier if you want to support us financially a little bit more. I don't know, man. I wouldn't be surprised. The other thing, and this is my ultimate hope, like if I was God King of Gaming, the best possible outcome for all of this, that is definitely not going to happen, would be that Rockstar comes out and they price it at $60. It would be so freaking cool, because it would be the instant reset for the industry of like, if anything could charge $80 for the standard, it would be GTA 6, and people would go along with it and be like, yeah, well, it's GTA 6. But if they came out and priced it at $60, it would be the ultimate reset. $70 games would now be widely mocked and nobody would take it seriously, because like, dude, GTA 6 costs $60. Come on. It would be the ultimate reset that would be healthy for the industry. I think it would grease the wheels of spending for consumers, because their standards would drop a little bit because they're not spending as much. They'd be willing to try games they wouldn't try otherwise. They'd be less like hypercritical of like Metacritic scores and stuff. I think that it would open them up to trying games that they wouldn't otherwise try. When you price something at 70, it needs to be really, 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 really good for people to buy it. Shocker, and I think going to 60 would significantly help grease the wheels of the industry in a way that could actually like fundamentally change the next couple of years of spending. Do I think that's going to happen? No, but it would be awesome. It would be really, really good. Yeah, Lord, yeah, exactly. If they came out at 60, no one else has a right to go over it for a solid decade. I mean, kinda. Like, I think so. It would fundamentally change like the equation for any of these other companies, whether it's Ubisoft or EA or whatever. It just changes the math. It's like, bro, they were even able to go at 60. And every time a game launched at 70, they'd be like, yeah, but GTA 6 costs 60, I think to a lesser extent, launching it at 70 would do the same thing, because anytime another game launches at 70, people are keeping in mind GTA 6. So they're like, if it's not as big and massive and high production value as GTA 6, then it's not, I don't think it's worth that. You know, I think that would also achieve the same end to a lesser extent. But I think if Strauss were to come along and price it at like 60, it would be the ultimate like double middle finger to the industry to just be like, yeah, we're going to do whatever we want. I don't think he's going to do that because I think like realistically, if they sell 10 million copies in the first day, you know, with it priced at 6 or 60, I think raising the price to 70, they still sell 1 million or 10 million copies. I don't think that the number of sales really changes that much from 60 to 70. So why not get an extra, whatever that is, 13% revenue out of people, you know? Why not? You think it's 60 for standard, 140 for early access, bro? Could that maybe that's a question. If they priced it with early access, because I think some people will be pissy if there's early access. If it's like $80 and then early access is another 40 or something, I think that would still tick people off. But if they were to do the early access thing with like a discounted standard edition at like 60, that could really be interesting. Will less people buy it if it's 80 versus 70? I think going from 70 to 80, the number does drop a little bit. This is all just gut feelings, to be honest. But at least in my heart, when I think about it, I would imagine that if you go from 70 to 80, the standard rises again. And there's going to be some people that are like, I'll just wait for a sale. I'm good. That's a lot. You know, but if it's at 70, that's what they've been conditioned to think of as AAA over the last few years. So I think that would kind of prime them that way. 60 would just be seen as a discount. You might even see some extra sales if you go to 60 of people just being like, oh yeah, I want to try that. Yeah, I wasn't going to buy it, but now I'm interested. Okay. So I don't know. The amount of good that a sub $70 sign would be for the industry is insane. I mean, literally, it would be industry changing and shifting in a very good way, which is probably why it will never happen. But truly, if there is a single panacea that just seriously helps and cures the industry of this ill, that the $70 price hike has been, I think that would be it. I think it would be pretty remarkable, but we'll see. Crazy that a game being 50 is considered a sale sometimes. I mean, that's been the entire philosophy. If you started at 70 and then it goes on sale for 60, it feels like a discount. It's the same thing that we saw with some other games where they can, maybe it's a AAA game, but if they launch it at 60, it feels like you're getting a discount, even though just a few years ago that would not have been a discount, you know? But because of how it's framed, it feels like a better deal. It feels better. And so you're willing to spend it. It's the exact reason why all of like Apple's pricing on everything is set up the way that it is. Like all of their iPhones, they're all built around laddering you up. I think the stat was something stupid, like 60+% of all iPhone sales are for the Pro Max. Even though the iPhone Air, the iPhone 17, even though these are 17 Pro, even though all of these are great phones, like the vast majority, maybe not vast majority, but the majority of people are spending on the premium products because they ladder you upwards from there. You see the $799. Okay, it's pretty good. And it's only $33 a month. But if I only want to throw on $12 extra a month, I could go to this one. Okay, I could do that. But if I'm going to go to the Pro, I might as well go all the way because this is only an extra $100. Or an extra $4 a month. Okay, I'll just go there. And all of a sudden they walk themselves from this all the way up to the top of the line model because they just ladder you up. It's the same thing with like referencing and framing the discussions around like a game where you start at 70. If 70 is seen as the standard, you launch a game that's priced at 60, it all of a sudden feels like a gift when it was the top of the price just a couple of years ago. You know, it's all about framing. It's all about framing, but that's why they do it the way that they do. It's why they do it the way that they do. It is very intentional, very, very intentional, and they're good at it. So there you go. Verizon also just offers free upgrades, so I always trade in my phones and get the new ones completely for free. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I just buy my phones outright. I bought my first phone outright like 4 years ago, and so now whenever I trade in my phone, like I use Samsung, so whenever I trade in my phone, my leftover balance is like $150, but then they give you like $200 worth of free headphones and charger and stuff, so it just levels out. Kingdom is get Lucas rich and better than us. Wait, hold on. I have to play the jingle. Where'd I put it? Oh yeah, here.
Neil has a lot more money than you. He's better than us. We're poor.
Oh God, yeah. But Neil always has more. You're damn right. You're damn right. Oh my God. My phone is 6 years old, dude. I wish, honestly and truly, that I was more satisfied. You know, I get uncomfortable if I have the same things and same setup. It makes me like angsty, and I lose my mind. I have to shake things up. Let's see. Chapter 8. Thank you for the 5. JCPenney has basically, or was basically insolvent after they tried to do true pricing instead of marking everything up and then constantly having sales. Psychology. Yeah, it's the same thing. Like Kohl's is another company that does it, where I remember my mom was talking about it because she loved Kohl's. She's like, everything is always on such a deep sale. I love it. And then there was like a news report where they went and they found like the product in Kohl's, and then they looked up the price on every other retailer, and the price on sale at Kohl's was the same as the price everywhere else. It was like, it wasn't actually a discount. It just felt like a discount. And that made it feel better to spend more. You know, it's a fake sale. It's very, like, most companies, at least most countries, have laws against that. So like when I worked at Best Buy, I worked in computers and then TVs, and then I moved to Magnolia Home Theater to build out like custom home theater setups for people. And but when I was in the TV section, we had the big TV displays, and we'd have at that point they were still printing out on paper the sales sheets and pricing, and it was known that like you had to rotate the sales around the floor. And so if you knew what you were doing, like every third week the Samsung TVs are on sale, but they have to rotate them so they're back at full price for like, I forget what it was, a week or two before it would trigger like an anti-competitive flag. So they would be on sale 80% of the time. 20% of the time it had to be at full price so that they could say that it was the normal price, but they just would rotate the sales, you know. The other thing people were asking me earlier about Best Buy stories. If you didn't know, I don't know if it's still the same way this way, but people in chat maybe who still work in retail can say, when I worked there, the exact same HDMI cable was in two places in the store. Okay. There was the same cable. It was like a 3-foot cable HDMI that was in a plastic bag hanging in the computer section of the store. And that cable was like $6 or something in the computer section. Okay. The exact same cable put inside a white box in the home theater area was like $25. The identical cable, one's in a plastic baggie hung on the shelf or hung on the little, you know, pin or whatever you call it. And then if it's in a box and it's on the shelf, it's $25. But it's because they found that when people were shopping in home theater and they're already spending $2,000 on a TV, the quick $25 cable doesn't feel like that much. Peg, that's it. Thank you. And so they just grab it, toss it onto the transaction, because $2,000 versus $2,025 isn't that big of a deal. But when you're in the computer section coming there just for a cable, it feels weird. Or if you're very sensitive to it, you know, you care a lot more. You don't like your price tag jumping by 20% or 200%, whatever it is, you know. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Member Barry says, I have a friend who said it is still like that, and they even make up BS stories about how much better it is. Really? That's funny. He's like, no, this cable has extra plating or whatever. Like, it was one of those things. We also had premium cables that were like coated with gold connectors and like extra reinforced with carbon fiber, and it, like, they would sell these cables were like $200 a pop. And it's like, is there a technical difference? Yes. Is there gold plating on this and not on that one? Yes. Will you, as a consumer sitting at home watching NFL, ever notice the difference? No. But people would buy it because they like the feeling, of the premium product. Even though you would never, ever, ever notice the difference, people would still pay it, Yeah, it was a whole thing. Virus-free HDMI cables? Oh, throwback. Oh my God. Nicolizi, thank you for that. Luke, did you play Reanimal? Yes, I did. That was one of my, people ask me all the time. They're like, Luke, what are your guilty pleasure games? Like your off-stream games? That's one of them. I played that whenever that launched. Was it weeks ago or a month or two ago? Whenever that launched. I did play through that whole thing. Overall, pretty good. I'm still trying to figure out what the hell the point of the story is, because it was really trippy. But basically the entire game is worth the last 15 minutes. If the last 15 minutes of the game didn't exist, I think I would have been really, really pissed about it. But it felt really bad. Or not really bad. It felt lackluster. It didn't have a lot of those big moments and cool set pieces that like Little Nightmares 2 had. But the last like half hour especially kind of make the whole experience for me. It was really good. So yeah, if you're playing through it, absolutely play through it. It's really good. You just got to play all the way through. Okay. Don't stop. It's also not super long either. So that's what I would say. Hazamov, thank you for that. 10, very generous. GTA 6, $60. GTA 6 with DLSS 5, $70. Talk about industry changing. Dude, can you imagine if they try to sell that as a premium upgrade? I mean, obviously they can't do it on console because that's AMD tech versus NVIDIA, but imagine if they tried to sell like DLSS upgrades. They did it for Dolby Atmos. No, it was the Call of Duty premium audio. Yeah. Embody personalized spatial audio, where literally if you were willing to pay an extra $20, you could get 5 years of premium audio. $20 for premium audio. So don't say that they would never charge for like a software upgrade in a game. Companies have already done it. Like they already have actively done it. It's crazy. But yeah, of course it's caught. Yeah, I mean, that was a whole thing. But with the audio stuff, it's licensed. So like they get Embody to do personalized audio and then they license it. So if you want to buy the license for 5 years to use that software, you can do that, but it costs $20. And so then it literally turns into like premium audio. And it's just like an EQ that you pay $20 for. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, no, I don't think NVIDIA would ever charge like $20 for DLSS 5 because you're already buying the GPU. But then again, I mean, never say never. I would have thought that this sounded wild, but there you go. That didn't go anywhere. It didn't. And I think honestly, again, like the average person, I don't think can tell the difference. I'm just being real. The average person much prefers to just crank the bass and that sounds better to them. I'm saying this as somebody that sold home theaters to people. Like, I have a pet peeve for audio because I was trained in it to sell like, Bowers and Wilkins speakers and the really nice stuff. So there's some audio equipment that sounds horrible to me, but it's very popular because people just like heavy bass and they're like, so that makes it better because I feel it in my chest. And it's like, that doesn't, it's called muddy bass. It sounds bad, but okay. Okay. Let's see. So Albert, thank you for that 10. Not sure if you read my previous super chat. Do you think Crimson Desert's Metacritic score and how divisive it has been will affect its chances of being nominated for Game of the Year? Is RE9 still the front runner for now? I think RE9 is still the front runner. I think so. And again, it's also just, you got to remember who are like the people that are voting for Game of the Year on those panels. It's mostly industry, like media people, reviewers at major outlets and stuff like that. So Crimson Desert does not seem like a game that connected with a lot of the media people. Some of them for sure, but it's clearly divisive and clearly split opinions. And so I wouldn't expect it to be there. I would expect it to probably get a nomination for like best action adventure or something like that. But as for game of the year, I would be kind of surprised if enough media people voted together to get it up and nominated. But we'll see. But with how fast they're updating the game, who knows what the game looks like in 6 months. In 6 months, before the Game Awards, they could launch the rumored multiplayer mode, which could have its own suite of things, you know? Like, who knows? Who knows? Yeah. But yeah, we'll see. I do think RE9 is still the front runner, though, for sure. Doomwalker, thank you for the 2. GTA 6 is allegedly having age verification. I saw that, but it was also rumored that they might have it just for the online mode for like the roleplay servers, because apparently they're investigating doing roleplay servers where like they're gonna have, you know, the strip clubs and stuff like that, and so they need age verification if they want the game to go up in like the UK. So who knows? Who knows? Honestly, at this point, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. Because a lot of those like EU and UK regulators are pretty aggressive with that type of thing. Especially for a game as big and visible as GTA 6. I think they're going to be on top of it. Joss, thank you for the super chat. Final Fantasy 14 was a thing before No Man's Sky, and the stakes were higher because of the legacy of the IP. Complete turnaround. Yeah, dude, major turnaround. I have a buddy who's really into Final Fantasy 14. Loves it. Yeah. Oh no, furry servers, don't. Please, no. Can you imagine? Oh god. Please no. Let's see. Multiverse, thank you for that. Have I talked about Marathon since the 4th map came out? I think the last time we really did a deep dive on Marathon was in the days after launch. We haven't circled back to it. I've played it since then with, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, one of my brothers is really into it. Really loves it. Has put a lot of time and energy into it. So I've played a number of times since launch, but like I said earlier, it just hasn't really hooked me the way that some other games have. But I'll probably circle back to it. I'll try it again here in the next handful of days just to give it a shot. Because why not? Why not, right? Why not? Let's see. Hey, Luke, loving Crimson Desert a lot so far. Just wondering when would be a good time to branch off from the main story. You will run into a boss that is a gift to a local lord. A guy gives a guy, sort of, a creature, dare I say, to a local dignitary. It's a banquet, basically. And if you've not reached that part already, you probably don't know what I'm talking about, but you'll know when you get to that point. That is one of the first big like DPS checks of the game, where like you need to have upgraded some stuff. You need to be like ready. So if you've not reached that point, keep going, have a good time. But when you reach that point, if he kicks your ever-loving ass, that's okay. Go off, do some exploration, mine some ore, upgrade some stuff, and figure it out, you know? But yeah, I would say that's probably the first point where I was like, hint taken. I am not ready for this. I'm going to go do some other stuff. So that's where I would probably put the first point in. There's Reed Devil. Some people got effed up with the Reed Devil. They nerfed him since the review period too. So he used to be worse, if you can imagine. But Reed Devil might also be a point where you get curb stomped. The big thing is, like, if you are just getting demolished, take the hint, take a breather, go explore, like, you don't need to beeline through the story. The game is trying to encourage you to go and get distracted elsewhere. It's good. They nerfed your DPS check boss too. Oh, that banquet fella? The banquet fella? Yeah, they did nerf him as well. I don't think his nerf was as aggressive as the Reed Devil, but I could be wrong. Maybe they were more aggressive with that nerf. But yeah, the banquet fight I had to come back to a couple of times. The first time I was like, I just need more healing. So I went off and did some hunting and cooked it up, and I came back. I was like, nope, I just don't deal enough damage. And so I left again, upgraded some stuff, and then I was good. But I beat him pre-patch, and good God, dude, for real. There's some other bosses in the game that, oh baby, they're humbling. They're really humbling. I'll tell you what. You're just like, how am I supposed to do this, man? What am I doing? What am I doing? I suck. But it's good. It's a good time. Yeah, Reed Devil just couldn't stay TF still. They try to encourage you to come up with some clever ways of tackling them. So like, for example, with maybe I shouldn't be specific because it might be a spoiler. Some of the bosses, like if you use the light reflection to stun them, that's really good. Some of the bosses are really sensitive to like force palm to interrupt their charges and stuff like that. Others are sensitive to specific attacks like the stab attack, you know, so they encourage you to try some different moves. But like more than anything, they specifically want you to like not just spam one thing. Like I've seen a lot of people where they're playing it and they're just holding down right trigger and just doing heavy attack, spin, heavy attack, spin, heavy attack. They want you to encourage you to try some other stuff, you know. Any bosses sensitive to suplexes? There is one boss I know of that you can go and just wrestle like a WWE wrestler. So there is one. I don't know if they're like weak to it. I don't know if they're like weak to it, but like it works. It works. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Multiverse, I read that one. Thank you again. Mason Bullock, thank you for the 5. I'm glad No Man's Sky made a comeback. Oh, I read that one already. Thank you for that one. Meta, thank you for the 5. Hey, Luke, ever heard of Buhurt fighting? I know you'll get a kick out of it. I don't know what that is, and I'm scared to Google it. After somebody got me to Google a boiled sheep head earlier in the stream, I'm kind of scared. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is like the guys that were at the Crimson Desert event that Cowboy beat the crap out of. It's like modern full contact sport where participants are wearing historically inspired steel armor and fight with blunt weapons, aiming to knock opponents to the ground. Yeah, that's cool. I have seen those videos of those guys. It's hardcore. It's a good time. Hype Not IQ says with a $5 super chat, lemon pound cake. I love me some lemon pound cake. I'll tell you what. Later Storm, thank you for the 2. Just want my hidden blade to do one hit KO. They do have that in the settings of most of the modern games. You can turn that on. So that's nice. Let's see. I read that one. Shifei says, I'm more interested in Windrose over AC Black Flag. I'm also interested in Windrose for sure. Let's see. Guy, thank you for the 2 months. Crimson Desert is awesome. Wouldn't have played it without your recommendation. Godspeed. Glad to have you here, my friend. Hopefully you continue having fun with it. Moon, thank you for the 2. I've been stealing baby sheep on Crimson Desert. Oh, you bad person. Bad person. Mad Professor says, sushi, vomit face. Nah, I'll take the goat heads. Can you imagine not liking sushi? Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. I had heard stories of people like you, but that's crazy. It's absolutely wild. I am the Armageddon. Thank you for the 5. Loving Crimson Desert, but I hate the camera. Hoping they add some height control so I don't feel like a giraffe following Cliff around all the time. Also FOV. If you tap I think it's the actual touchpad on PlayStation or select on Xbox controller, it'll zoom the camera in and out. There's like 3 distances and then first person mode. So if you haven't tried that, give that a shot, see if that feels better. Or are you just talking about in combat when the camera pulls out? I'm not sure. But try that. Try the camera distance settings because they do have it, but maybe you're just talking about in combat when it pulls out a little bit. I'm not sure. Tarnished Canadian, thank you for the 5. Hey Luke, been loving CD a lot so far. Just wondering when it will be a good time to branch out the main store. Oh, I did read that one. Blackthorn, thank you for that one. Ooh, what are you thinking about $400 Umbreon Pokedex size plush? Crazy. Got a $30 18-inch one yesterday. That's enough for me. This may come as a surprise, but I was not aware of a $400 plushie that just launched. I'm trying to look it up. This one is a limit of 2. It's 31 inches and is $400. I don't get that, man. It's a 31-inch plushie. It's like this big. And it's $400. Yeah, who needs plushies when you have candles? Or as that one guy in the review said, apparently he thought this was a jar full of piss. Which is crazy. Dude, go to the doctor. If this at all resembles your urine, go now. Get in the car. Call an ambulance. Something terrible has happened. Oh, it was like a highlight of my day when I read that. It's so funny. Let's see. And then Luke, good to see you with the 5. Ever since I started playing Everweave, I haven't been able to completely get into any other games. I need an action RPG with the same story freedom. Yeah, I do. There are games like that where you just get into them and then everything else feels terrible, you know? It does happen. It does happen. That for me was like after KCD2 for a bit. I was like, nothing else is clicking with me, man. Like nothing else is clicking. I just can't get into it. But eventually, you know, it wears off and you settle. But yeah, that kind of like you've tasted perfection and now you can't get into anything else. That does happen. What's that coffee drink of yours? Looks delicious. It is they call it a peppermint peak, but it is like a cold brew and then they do like this peppermint cold foam on top. It's very good. It's very good. Yeah. He keeps the piss jars out of frame. Duh. Yeah, see? Will you help me repair my door? Says Hypnotic You do not want me helping you repair anything. I will be honest. You do not. You do not. Oh, yeah. Yeah, what flavor piss jar is that over there? This is spiced pumpkin piss. So there you go. There you go. Oh my god. Let's see. Let's see. RE9 is of course game of the year, says Meatlove. I mean, I think it's definitely right now the front runner. So yeah, I think right now it's the front runner, but never say never, because there's a lot of games this year and there's going to be some big ones that I think we'll review well. So it's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out. Jen Pooch, thank you for that. Sorry the automod held your message. Hi Luke, are you still playing Crimson Desert? Bought the game because your video's 50 hours in and I can't stop playing it. Glad to hear it, Jen. And yes, I am still playing it. Having a very good time, and I'm just working through it at sort of a comfortable pace. An hour here, 2 hours there, when it feels right, you know, when it feels right. Trying not to like force myself to spend 10 hours going through it. And, you know, I'm just taking my time, having a good time. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I have to say something real quick before we go any further. Okay. Let's see. Where's the original post? Here it is. Okay. Just quick shout out real quick. Well, Luke says with a 2 pee in a bottle look like that after a few months, to be honest. Dude, he was so confident that this was a jar of pee that I was like, for one, go to the doctor, even if it's aged still. But like 2, like play it out. You think that like I'm playing a game and I grab a jar, do my business and just set it back up here. But I did put a lid on it. I'm not an animal, you know, I'm not an animal. I'm going to be polite about it. It was just like crazy. I think he was trolling, but dude, some people that reacted to his comment didn't think he was trolling. Like it was crazy. Anyway, I wanted to show you guys this. Okay. So real quick, friend of the channel, great content creator, former IGN alum, Destin, he made a tweet where he just said, I can't figure out how to light an arrow on fire in Crimson Desert. May land in the I'm good camp on this one. Dude, you would have thought that he executed a baby whale on live stream. The meltdown that happened in response to this was crazy. Okay, it was crazy. he replied, getting called dumb for this, but it's just bad design. I stick the arrow in, nothing happens, no feedback. I'm close enough doing it right. I try a different spot. The brazier falls over. I try another. My character bumps it and puts his bow down. No light. The only interact is to turn it on or off. I give in and Google it. I was right the first time. The video is flooded with comments complaining about the same experience. The game has little issues like this that detract from the fun. I didn't feel smart when I found out my first instinct was correct. I was annoyed at the game. 15K views on a tutorial to light an arrow on fire means you messed up, in my opinion. And here's the deal. I think he's right. Okay? I think he's right. If there is something that doesn't feel like it's working properly, it probably is not working properly, you know? When I've been talking about like lack of yellow paint, lack of hand holding and stuff, I think sometimes this gets confused with if you have any sort of questions or critiques of the game, therefore you're stupid or something. That's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying with like lack of hand holding or yellow paint is that like with the puzzles, there's no Atreus here telling you, do that and it'll solve the puzzle. They're not showing you like with the little bitty marker on the mini map exactly where to walk to do each and every single little task in the game. They have the game set up very open-ended. So you can stumble onto a boss that will kick your ass. And it's up to you to figure out, I'm going to go away. I'm going to level up to get ready to take him on later. You know, it's very open-ended in that way. There's just no guide rails, you know? So it's very like sink or swim. If you're ready for the deep end of the pool, you can go straight to the deep end of the pool. But if you are not ready, that's okay. Very few people are ready to go straight to the deep end. You work your way to it by starting in the shallow and working over, you know? With this is a case where like this is just frankly a valid frustration to have because the feedback was not really there. It's not, they didn't even have like the vibration on the controller. It was very finicky. You had to be like in the exact right angle to get the arrow to light. And he even links again, a tutorial.
This is a walkthrough of where the light leads in Crimson Desert. So this is the start of chapter 2. We need to go to the line.
So like there's an actual tutorial guiding you on how to get through this quest line because some people were struggling with the fire arrow.
You have to, otherwise use one of these ones unless you knocked them all down. And once you do that, you see the arrows on fire now, and then do that. Or if none of them work, just run away far enough, come back, and when it re-renders the place, maybe they'll come back. And then you can go inside of here. Don't forget to go here and get, there's a helmet here you can grab. You don't have to get it, it's just money. There's trap.
So, like, that's a fair point. If you need to do a tutorial that 16,000 people looked up on how to light an arrow, I think that's a fair thing to patch. And guess what? They did. They did. Which is why Destin followed it up with Game of the Year. Because he went and they actually tweaked it with, I think they changed it so a brazier that can't be knocked over is put here. And so people wouldn't struggle with it as much. And they made the area that you can light it on fire much bigger so that you can do that. But I think that this is just a quality of life improvement that does help. Like, it's not that big of a deal for somebody to be frustrated by that. And if you have 16,000 people that are struggling with it, that's nice. It's just an easy improvement to make that doesn't fundamentally change the game. You know, it's just a good thing to do. So I will give Destin, you know, I think it's crazy that people were melting down over this because I think it's these types of critiques and pieces of feedback that will make the game just better and smooths out the rough edges for so many people, you know? It just makes it better. So I think it's good to see. I think it's good to see. Just use the sword reflecting thing. Yeah, well, that's why I mentioned it in my video that was a thing you could do, but some people still were like finding out for the first time that you could do that. I just found out like yesterday or the day before that you can use the light reflecting thing to cook meat that you drop on the floor. So if you don't have like a pot and you need healing items real quick, you can just dump a bunch of raw meat on the ground and then use that to reflect light and burn it, which is awesome. I had no idea you could do that even after dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of hours, you know? But that's just one of the things with this game is that there's just a ton of stuff that you can do. Yeah. What? Exactly. Exactly. Like there's just so much. Seasoned with dirt makes it taste better, dude. Nice and salty. Unless your dog eats it first, as we found out. Yes. Unsummon your dog and then do it. That's what I recommend. Next, they need to patch the NyQuil dialogue. It's starting to get annoying. The funniest thing about all of this, like initial feedback versus how they respond to it, was remember when Jake, Hold on. Jake Lucky. Where is it? Can I find it? He had a post after the preview mentioning that he liked how you could fast forward through some of the dialogue, like holding A or spacebar, and it would, fast forward through it at like 2x speed or something. And people blew him up over it and were like, oh my God, TikTok brain ruining gaming and all this. Yeah, here it is. One of the features I really liked about Crimson Desert is that you can fast forward through dialogue while still being able to understand the context. It's not a jump skip, it's a time save. Bro, the meltdowns a few weeks ago, and then people played it, and it, like, as I said, for weeks and weeks and weeks, like, it is not a narrative game. Like, the dialogue is not the focus of this game, and it never was. But bro, people lost their minds on this one. It was very, very funny. Poor Jake got a lot of flack for it, and then people played the game like, yeah, okay. I get it. Let's see. To be honest, I just knocked over the brazier into the vines with a kick command. Yeah, see, that's one way of solving it. Isn't that cool? There's a lot of ways to solve a lot of the problems in the game. There's a lot of different ways. Okay, let me see. POV Cliff with 3 level armor being tasked by a god to kill 3 demigods is awesome in my opinion, but still gonna have to wait a while to do that quest. You will reach many points in the game where you're like, take a breather, gonna go do some other stuff, and that's okay. It's kind of designed, as far as I can tell, for that. One of the devs was saying that, or I think Will Powers mentioned that on the dev team, the fastest anybody had gotten through the main story was like 60 hours. I think he said 50 to 60 hours. I do not know how on God's green earth you could get through this game in 60 hours, unless you're just God King of combat, perfect parries, perfect dodges for every boss. Like, I don't know how you could possibly do that, but that's apparently the fastest somebody was able to do it. I'm excited to see what the speed runs are like, though, when, they get to that point, because it's just crazy. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Luke, what retro game would you love to see get a remaster or remake? Red Faction. OG Red Faction. I would love to see that with the destruction and like tunneling mechanic. I think that would be really, really cool. That's what I would love to see. I was going to say Stronghold Crusader, but they technically did that already. But yeah, OG Red Faction needs some love. Red Faction is like such a wasted IP. I mean, really, it was so cool. He said Red Faction because he hates Freedom Fighters. How dare you? We don't stand for Freedom Fighters slander here. Freedom Fighters is also fantastic. That one would be cool to see, like a remake or remaster, but I think that it was a product of its time. Remade or remastered today, it probably just feels like kind of a mediocre third-person shooter. Realistically, like, it probably just doesn't feel that good. But man, for the time, oh, it was a vibe. It was one of the few games that my brother Joe brought home and we were able to play. I don't think my parents really understood what it was, which is why we were able to play it. That was true of a lot of the games we had. Was like, I don't think mom and dad know what we have, and if they did, it would be taken away. So we're just not going to talk about it. That was true of a lot of the games we had. We didn't have a lot, but the ones we did have, it was like, what they don't know can't hurt them, because Joe would get some games. It was like, they definitely don't know that you have this, they definitely don't. Like, it was a big deal. It was a whole like negotiation to get Halo. I remember when Joe got Halo, and we tried it for the first time. It was like a big deal because that was like a big no-go for us to get a game of that rating. It was like a big deal. And then Joe started finding other ways to get access to other games that were also more mature. And it was like, just don't tell them that we have this game. They don't, it doesn't matter. They don't need to know. It's fine. It was crazy. Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna have to go through like my full background with that, because I've seen some people ask questions about like how I was raised, but like, to put it simplest, so like, if you missed it, this is very, very quick. I'm not going to dwell on this, but Did anybody in chat, this is a very American thing, did anybody in chat when they were growing up watch 19 Kids and Counting or 18 Kids and Counting with your family? For my family, we were raised in like churches very similar to the Duggar family. Like that's very similar to the types of churches we went to, with the institution of basic life principles and with the strong Bible Belt Baptist inspirations and stuff like that. It was crazy. And like that's like the world that we grew up with, was following the Duggar family and all of that stuff. Well, they arrested another one apparently, like 4 days ago or something. So you remember the story about like a few years ago, Josh Duggar was arrested for like CSAM and like having evil stuff on his computers. Yeah, they arrested another one because another one apparently confessed to doing that back in like 2020, I think it was. And the victim just came forward like a matter of days ago. And that's what did it. Yeah, they arrested the wife too. Yeah. But yeah, another one. At some point, when you have two of your children that are like actual predators, when do you think maybe we did something wrong? maybe there's something about raising a family with like a hyperfixation on these things. Maybe that's not super healthy. Like now I'm like, there's got to, after two, there's probably going to be a third at this point, right? Like, bro, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, keep the wood chipper stationary, ready to go. I mean, you said it. It's just absolutely mind bending. But this is what's so bizarre is that like growing up, like we were following this show. They were thought of in like the Christian community, the fundamentalist Christian community. They were thought of as like the standard of like what you should aim for. And to see how it's all fallen apart and how much they were hiding even during that time, it's wild, dude. It's wild. Because even when this picture was taken, they were covering up for like Josh's stuff. It's absolutely incredible just how much stuff was going on that they were covering up. And it's wild. But yeah, if you missed it, they caught another one. So there you go. There you go. But yeah, that's the universe when I say that like we were raised in a very interesting environment. That's the kind of environment I'm talking about. It's absolutely wild, absolutely mind-bending. And to be fair, my family and my parents have like, they came out of it and like realized how insane it was getting. So they got out of that years ago, years and years ago. But when I was coming out of high school and stuff, like it was still very much entrenched. And it took me a while to break free of all of that stuff. Because when you've been raised in it, it's all you've ever known. So you don't know any better. But it's been really crazy to see how it's just steadily the house of cards has just been collapsing around all of that. It's wild. Absolutely wild. Let's see. Leo, that's crazy. My fiance is so invested in this. I'm glad you aren't into the way you were raised. You've got a good head on your shoulders, Lukester. I appreciate you. And I think a lot of people are in a similar spot that I am, where like the people like the Jim Bob Duggar types, the parents, they didn't start raised in that culture. That culture started in like the 70s and 80s with Bill Gothard and all of those guys in the South. So it's kind of an experiment from the 80s through the 2000s and 20 teens to see how you could raise a family in that environment and how they would turn out. And it didn't work. It just didn't. Demonstrably, it didn't work out. And so families started falling apart. It just didn't work. And so there's a lot of people that come out of that like fundamentalist background and have to like kind of figure out how they're going to navigate this world because it's all they've ever known. And for a lot of people, they break free of it and they can see it for what it is. But then you see the people like, some of the Duggar fam that never got out and stayed entrenched in it, and they turn into like actual monsters. It's absolutely crazy. It's just wild. Let's see. Yeah, I just don't understand it. Well, I should correct that. I do understand it, and that's what makes it all the more baffling and insane. Because I grew up with that stuff, following those people and being taught that those people were like the pillars of virtue, and then you see just how much evil was going on. It's incredible. Dark Phoenix, thank you for the 5. Hey Luke, how are you? Did you see the news of more of the leadership team from Xbox left Microsoft? Yeah, I saw some people were running with it, acting like they were overhauling it, and then the lady that left replied to it and was like, guys, you're drama farming. I just got another job offer. She was like, it's not that big of a deal. I just got another job, so I'm just leaving for the other job. So I don't think it's necessarily a shakeup. I think it's more that it's talent poaching, which happens a lot. But I did see that. Yeah. I grew up watching the Cosby Show, so oops. What culture is talking about? I'm talking about like the fundamentalist, like Bible Belt Baptist, the group associated with it is the Institution for Basic Life Principles, but it's connected to a lot of different factions. If you want a really good breakdown of it, watch that documentary they did a few years ago. I think it's Shiny Happy People. Yes. Documentary. Yeah. Shiny Happy People. It's kind of crazy. It does a good breakdown of basically how all of this stuff worked. And then season 2 covered other things like the acquire the fire movement and all that stuff. And dude, this whole thing is so weird for me to watch, because like I grew up with that being normal, and like I got sent to an acquire the fire event, like one of these events that they're talking about. Like, yeah, see how insane this is? I was like, yeah, I was sent to one of those. I went there. Yes, I do know how crazy it is. It's like actually insane. But yeah, anyway, one day maybe we'll do a deep dive on all that. It's a whole thing. There's a lot there. Yeah. I was literally taught they were in a cult in Catholic school. Wish somebody would have told us. You grew up a Baptist. We grew up primarily in when we were in the South, we were Baptists, and a lot of like the more stringent, or the more like the more, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word. If you were on the outskirts, even more outside of that, more extreme maybe, they wouldn't call themselves Baptists anymore. They would just be like, no, we're Christians. We're not going to put a label on it. So they might just say that we're Bible believing. Pious fundamental, yeah, fundamentalist is a good way. But it all pretty much went back to a few core people back in the 80s who created a bunch of teachings and stuff that permeated throughout all of this. Bill Gothard is like one of the OGs that's referenced a lot, responsible for a lot of it. He's still kicking around, but yeah, this guy, and then the Acquire the Fire was Teen Mania Ministries. Yes, this is a throwback. Run by this dude. If you're not from the US, you have no idea what you're missing, dude. These things were crazy. These dudes were crazy. Like, it's just like they would literally have young men like in their teen years get sent to these ministries, and then they would dress them in like BDUs and military uniforms, but they would be like, I'm a soldier for Christ, and they would go marching up and down, and they'd go and stand outside churches like they were a militia. Like, pretty crazy, pretty wild. But yeah, there's a lot there. That's a big that's a big story. Did you mean charismatic? So charismatic is a different subset. So this faction would not like charismatic preachers. charismatic preachers would be seen as like wolves in sheep's fur and like demonic and evil. So charismatic churches, a lot of them are like primarily evangelical churches. They're churches based around like big presentations and shows. Teen Mania would do this, and Acquire the Fire would do that. But like the subset of the IBLP, they were very much about more traditional Baptist teachings. Like in the OG Baptist teachings, the like there's no dancing, no drinking. They truly believe that when like the Bible says that Jesus turned water into wine, it's a mistranslation, and it's actually, it just means grape juice, not fermented. So no drinking, no booze or alcohol of any kind, no dancing at all. That's seen as too tempting. Women need to cover like all of their skin, so skirts down past their knees. Otherwise you might tempt men, because if a man even thinks a sexual thought about a woman, he has sinned. So if a woman wears something that makes him think a sexual thought, she just caused him to sin. So she has to do that. It's yeah, no makeup of any kind. I'm trying to think of other eccentricities, shall we say. Yeah, clearly delineated by like a patriarchal structure. So the father of the household is the ultimate sayer and everything. It's a whole thing. Yeah, don't get Southern Baptists confused with other types of Baptists. To be clear, there's a lot of different factions within factions. So like when we talk about Reformed Christianity, there's all sorts of different versions of Reformed. Like that could be technically referring to like Lutherans. It could also be referring to Dutch Reformed people like Calvinists, where they might totally disagree on core theologies. You know, like there's a lot of different factions as things splinter off into different directions. So to be clear, not all Baptists believe what like I just described. It's a fundamentalist Baptist subset of it. But yeah, there's a lot of moving parts with it. Yeah, boys can have long hair. Yeah, I'm Lutheran. Yeah, I know a good number of Lutherans actually. Yeah, yeah, it's a whole thing. If that's the case, I'm a mega sinner. I just picture Ozzy dancing and drinking, the two worst things you could do. I grew up Mormon and had a whole other kind of weird. Yeah, I had a lot of Mormon friends, especially in high school, because our school was right next to a temple, and our neighborhood was filled with a lot of Mormons. So I grew up with a lot of Mormons around high school age, and it was always fascinating just how different everything could be. But they tried hard to convert us, like hard, like twice a week. They'd basically be bringing us baked goodies and brownies and stuff, inviting us to go to church and stuff. It was crazy. Yeah, I also grew up Mormon. Sounds similar, kind of weird. Yeah, I think Mormonism is a lot closer to like fundamentalist Baptists than I think you might realize. We didn't have things like, you know, the whatever they call them. What's the Baptist or the Mormon name for like the clothes, the undergarments? Do they just call them garments? Like, you know what I'm talking about? The holy garments under your clothes. Soaking? No, that's different. That's a different thing. That's a whole other thing. Yeah, that's a separate discussion. Yeah. Anyway, just the robes. Okay. Soaking's different. Yeah, that's a whole other topic. Yeah, the temple garment. I was like, it's garment something. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'm pretty sure Mormons came out of fundamentalist Baptist beliefs. If it didn't come out of it, it's very heavily inspired because they came from like the same region of the U.S. As it was spreading back in the 1800s, and then it kind of splintered off. You know, it's a different thing. But anyway, that's a topic for another day. The point of all of this is to just say that they got another one, another Duggar, technically another two. So now, two of the, I don't remember how many sons they have, but two of the like 10 sons or 8 sons or something are now like in jail facing serious charges. Josh was convicted. I don't think he gets out till the 2030s at some point, but yeah, he still claims he was framed. I think he suggested Biden framed him, which is wild. But the other one is he was just arrested late last week. So there you go. Throwback. Yeah. Throwback. Yeah. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Yeah. Imagine missing out on GTA 6. He's going to miss it for a while. I think because of the charges this new guy is specifically facing, he's looking at like 15 years to life. Like he's looking at serious time. I think Josh Duggar gets out in like 2032 or 2034 or something like that. Like not that far away, honestly, for what he did. But yeah, the other one is really, really screwed. Did you watch Bible Man growing up? Cringe. No, I've heard stories of Bible Man though. Bible Man. This probably would have been seen as like too like pop culture. Like this probably would have been seen as too much. Bible Man. That's crazy. Yeah. VeggieTales? Yeah, VeggieTales is goated. Yeah, that's pretty goated. What the hell is that? That's Bible Man. Don't you know? Oh my god. Anyway. I'm going to call it there. Hogan, thank you for the membership, by the way. Appreciate you. And then also Metal Coast, thank you for that over on Twitch. Thank you. I'm going to leave it there. We are going to be back probably Wednesday, rocking and rolling. I appreciate the gosh darn heck out of you guys for chilling with me while we ramble about all sorts of crazy stuff. We went for 4 hours today. Time flies when you're having fun. My goodness. I did not mean to go live for 4 hours, but there you go. But there we go. Much love, everybody. Thanks for chilling with me. Thanks for having an awesome whatever Monday with me. I'll be back soon and I'll see you soon. Okay. Hugs and kisses. Much love. Till next time. Remember, Bible Man. Bye-bye.